Please take notice that action will be taken on the following items at the regular council meeting on Tuesday, April 22nd, 2025 in council chambers, Sparta Township Municipal Building, 65 Main Street, Sparta, New Jersey. The time is 7 o'clock. The regular meeting is now open. All council meetings are now live streamed and can be viewed at the following link, https://www.youtube.com/SpartaTWP/streams. Adequate notice of this meeting was provided to the public and press on January 10th, 2025 by delivering to the press and posting on the township website a copy of the notice. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Councilman Scott.
Here.
Councilman Blumetti.
Here.
Councilman Chiarello.
I'm here.
Deputy Mayor Murphy.
Here.
Mayor Clark.
Here. Thank you. Please stand and salute the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. Tonight, we have one proclamation. It is Alcohol Awareness Month. We do not have a representative for this, but I will read the proclamation. Alcohol Awareness Month. Whereas each April since 1987, the National Council on Alcohol and Drug Dependence Incorporated has sponsored Alcohol Awareness Month to increase public awareness and understanding, reduce stigma, and encourage local communities to focus on alcoholism and alcohol-related issues. And whereas researchers estimate that over 178,000 people die each year in the United States from alcohol-related causes and incidents, including motor vehicle accidents. Every day, 385 Americans die as a result of excessive alcohol use. Worldwide, up to 3 million people die every year as a result. And whereas adults ages 26 and older who began drinking before age 15 are 3.5 times more likely to report having an alcohol use disorder than those who waited until age 21 or older to begin drinking. About 2.3 million adolescents aged 12 to 17 drank alcohol in the last 30 days, and about 1.2 million adolescents ages 12 through 17 binge drank within the last 30 days. And whereas it is imperative that we join forces with other individuals and agencies to embrace those affected within our community and provide paths to counseling and proper support in an effort to confront and combat this issue collectively and with empathy. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Township Council of the Township of Sparta that the month of April be proclaimed as Alcohol Awareness Month and encourage all citizens, government agencies, organizations, healthcare providers, and research institutions help prevent underage consumption and adult misuse of alcohol and continue to raise alcohol awareness to help people live longer, healthier lives. Thank you. And what I will do, I'm going to, normally we would have Lisa Lombardo from the Municipal Alliance, who couldn't be here, but we see her, I know the chief and I see her at the opioid recovery settlement conferences that we have. I think one's coming up, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so what I may do is, can I hand this to you, Chief? And if you go, would you mind giving this to her? Thank you. Yeah. All right, so folks are probably wondering why we have our fine young men and women in blue with us tonight. The reason for that is the Sparta Police accreditation. They just underwent an accreditation process for which they, I guess, passed. I don't know if that's the right word, but we have Harry Delgado from the Police Chiefs Association to speak to us about the accreditation process, what it means, and then how that was bestowed upon our Sparta Police Department. So thank you, Mr. Delgado, for being here. I'm glad you made it. And like I said, you're not talking to us from a sinkhole on I-80, so.
It's my pleasure, Mayor, and it wasn't a bad drive at all. So I'm here, I'm really proud to be here today because the Sparta Township Police Department has actually achieved accreditation. And just to add context to that, it's only about 54% of all the law enforcement agencies in the state of New Jersey that have actually made it through this process and actually can say that they were accredited. And that includes prosecutor's office, includes colleges and universities, sheriff's officers, et cetera. So the whole gamut of lawful law enforcement agencies may be able to participate and join, but not obviously all of them make it. So if you indulge me for a couple of minutes, I'd like to share with you the significance of the achievement. So the Sparta Police Department has made a commitment to adhering to best practices at the state and national level in a highly regarded statewide law enforcement accreditation program. This program, administered to the New Jersey State Association of Chiefs of Police and the New Jersey Law Enforcement Accreditation Commission, has helped to transparently demonstrate the professionalism and preparedness of state's law enforcement agencies. It is designed to enhance professionalism and transparency in the state's public safety system. So during these uniquely challenging times and a threat to health and safety, encouraging law enforcement agencies to follow standardized practices and policies is a potentially life-saving and cost-effective investment of time and resources. So accreditation status represents a significant professional achievement. Now, in this process, I said there's now 118 standards in the state of New Jersey, many of which require multiple proofs of compliance. So we're talking in excess of 400 proofs of compliance just to meet the basic standards. So the process is certainly very rigorous, but it's one worthwhile. It is a process, and the foundation lies in the adoption of standards containing a clear statement of professional objectives. It is a progressive and time-proven way of helping law enforcement agencies calculate and improve their overall performances. For those that say, what's in it for me, as some of our citizens typically ask us, research shows that accredited agencies have 11% fewer professional liability claims, 11% fewer worker compensation claims, and 31 fewer auto liability claims. This information, this data comes from the mail itself. Moreover, municipalities that participate in the mail-affiliated joint, as I believe you do, stand to receive substantial insurance premium discounts when the police department attains accreditation. Now, accreditation, besides these fiscal advantages, they provide objective evidence of an agency's commitment to excellence in leadership, resource management, and service delivery. Government officials can be more confident in the agency's ability to operate efficiently and meet community needs. Officers, as I see many here tonight, can take pride that they have been objectively recognized for their professionalism and adherence to the highest standards. There is a final report that actually, it's originated based on the on-site assessment, as we call it. That's an in-person visit. And at that point, the report is generated. I get to review it. And if, in fact, it passes, as the mayor, clearly stated, then I submit it to the Accreditation Commission with a recommendation to accept, and then the agency goes to the hearing. But one of the things that we always say about this process is transformational. I mean, it actually puts the agency through such a process that is not the same that entered the process. And I typically have some things that I share with the public about that, but in this case, I could not say it better than the chief himself. So in a letter that he actually submitted to the assessors, he said what I'm about to quote you. So I'll say under the leadership of Chief Jerry McCarrick, a high level of competence, leadership, and professionalism is evident within the agency. Now I quote Chief McCarrick. As a team, the members of our police department, both sworn and civilian employees at every level, have dedicated themselves to ensuring we achieve these high standards set forth by the State Chiefs Association accreditation team. With this dedication comes the utmost value experience we all gain in self-reflecting who we are as an agency. The process has given us the opportunity to identify areas of improvement, visualize our future, and most importantly, work together as a team. I am confident you will experience the utmost professionalism, integrity, and dedication from every member of our department. I couldn't have said it by myself. So another thing that I'd like to say is typically when we come here to the in-person, there might be some items because there's so many proofs of compliance that we might, have to review. In the case of the Sparta Township Police Department, they have none. So they pass with an A, Mayor. And so finally, in closing, I'll say that it is the opinion of the assessment team that the Sparta Police Department is a highly professional and committed agency which exemplifies all of the tenets of law enforcement accreditation at the state and national level. Therefore, it is indeed my honor here tonight, on behalf of the New Jersey State Association of Chiefs of Police and the New Jersey Law Enforcement Commission, to congratulate Chief Jerry McCarrick, Accreditation Manager Captain Thomas Snyder, the members of the Sparta Police Department, the mayor, the mayor of the councils, and those citizens that they so proudly serve for having achieved accreditation, joining a very, very exclusive group of law enforcement agencies that have made this clear commitment to excellence in policing. So to all, indeed, congratulations. This is where you get the copy. Mayor. With all due serve, I'd like to present you, the chief, and, the agency with their accreditation certificate. Congratulations, you earned it.
Very much. Harry, first of all, thank you for coming up. Appreciate you giving an overall of the accreditation process. Like I said, it takes a team. I have a lot of my team here tonight, both our sworn and civilian employees, and our administration, part of the team, our public, our community is a big part of the team. We can't do it without you. Your support means the world to us, and we're going to keep working hard for you. This is just the beginning of things that we want to do with the department. We want to keep moving forward, and we're all going to do it together. That's all I have to say. Appreciate it, every single one of you, for being here tonight. It means a lot to me. It means a lot to the agency, and most importantly, you should be proud of yourselves. So, good work. Can I handle this? Sure. Looks like a bug shot. Thank you very much. Good? All right.
All right, well, I know everyone is extremely proud and happy of the police force that we have. But we will now move on to more mundane matters. We have the minutes. So may I have a motion to approve the March 11th, 2025 regular meeting minutes as presented?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
May I have a second, please?
I will second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The March 11th, 2025 regular meeting minutes as presented have been approved. We're now up to the manager's report. Mr. Zepp, may you present the manager's report?
Sure, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, Sparta residents, both present and online. Happy Earth Day. Last week was Animal Control Officers Appreciation Week, and Sparta is fortunate to have Don Critchlow serving as the township's animal control officer. Don works tirelessly every day to protect both the animals and people in our community. Thank you, Don, for everything you do. Fortunately, Don just stepped out of the door here, so we didn't get to hear this, but it's recorded. So, I'm excited to announce a couple of upcoming events in Sparta. The Sparta Township Environmental Commission invites you to the Earth Day Fair at Sparta Middle School on Saturday, May 3rd, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. This event is co-sponsored with the Sparta Middle School Environmental Club. This is free, family-friendly event with feature numerous exhibitors from conservation organizations throughout New Jersey, and a kids' corner with hands-on activities and crafts for children. Additionally, the Sparta Historical Society will open the Van Kirk Museum to the public. While admission is free, We kindly ask that you bring a non-perishable item for the Sparta Community Food Pantry. The annual Trout Derby will be held on Saturday, May 17th from 9 a.m. to noon at the Station Park Pond. Registration is not required and there's no cost to participate, but we ask for donations of non-perishable food items for the Sparta Community Food Pantry. Our annual paper shred event will take place on Saturday, May 31st at Town Hall, rain or shine, from 9 a.m. to noon. This year, we are adding electronic device recycling, commonly known as e-waste, to this event. Please see more information on the township's website. As a reminder, Sparta residents can visit the town website and sign up to receive alert notifications through the Rave Alert system. Currently, there's a lot of road work being done locally, mostly gas line installations, but also on the county and state roads. By signing up, you can receive notifications about these types of projects. Additionally, Sparta business owners should remember that all portable advertisement signs must be renewed annually before the deadline of June 15th each year. More information can be found under the Sparta Township General Code, Sections 4-17.1 through 4-17.7, or by calling the Planning and Zoning Office at 973-729-8093. Following the recent Planning Board meeting, the Master Plan Survey results are now available on the Township's website under the News Flash section. The Recreation and Parks Department are pleased to announce the Spring-Summer brochure for programs, events, workshops, and activities for all ages in our community. Registration for Sparta residents is now open, and for non-residents, registration starts tomorrow, April 23rd. Please visit the website or contact the Recreation Office for program availability. There are still openings in most age groups for summer day camp at Camp Sacagawea, so don't wait too long to register your child for camp. From our library, I understand there's a new fish tank. All are invited to read a book and check out the new aquarium. Lastly, I was reminded by Councilman Scott that this Saturday is April 26th is Clean Out Your Medicine Cabinet Day. From 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Sparta Police Department lobby has a drop box to receive expired or unused medicines. For other drop box locations, please visit the Township website under Newsflash. This concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you.
You all are used to Chief McCarrick giving
Yeah.
his report, and we
I think the
understood that the
accreditation with
accreditation
the report.
would take its
We're-
place.
We're doing amazing. All right, may I have a motion to accept the manager's report?
Make a motion, we accept the manager's report.
May I have a second, please?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The manager's report has been approved. We are now at our first public comment period. This public comment period is limited to items that are not on the agenda. So if you see something on the agenda that you want to talk about, now is not the time. And please be mindful of our 5-minute limit.
Yeah, Jim Castamore, Sparta. You know, when I was a little boy, my father said people scream and holler at you. They have 3 reasons to do that. 1, they're lying. 2, they don't want you to know the truth. Or 3, they're bullying with you. That's probably the word I'm going to use, so there's ladies in the room. And the last meeting, Mary, you and I got into it about moving money around, and you said it didn't happen. I said it did. Okay. Well, the first money moved was on 11/26/2024. Account number 09-201-55-601-111. Solid waste was moved to 09-201-55-601-262. Professional consultants and special services, $151,000. That was solid waste money that got transferred over to professional consultants and fees. You can do that. Then we go to the next one. January the 14th, 2025. 01203-20-155-260. $60,000. Legal services. 01203-21-180-262, $30,000. Planning board. That one you can't do. You couldn't have done it. Under New Jersey statute, NJSA 40-A, 2023-458 says transfer of budget appropriations may only take place between accounts from November the 1st to December the 31st. That was on January the 14th. Now, prior to all this, back on March the 27th, I put in an open request to the town. And I said, here's what I wrote. All records for all attorneys and professional services related to the town council, planning board, and zoning board from 1/7, date of reorganization, to March the 15th. And I wrote up below it, detailed invoices. Week later, I got notice from the town, hey, we'd like to have another week. No problem, have another week. All of a sudden, another week goes by. I emailed the Oprah people and said, hey, what happened to my request? Girl said, oh, we responded, or somebody did, I don't know who did. We responded. It says, good afternoon, Mr. Castamore. We have reviewed your Oprah request received March the 27th. Please be advised that your record for all records for all attorneys and all professional services related to town council, planning board, and zoning boards is being denied because your request is vague. I don't know how vague that was, but you're in charge, ma'am, of Oprah requests. Is that correct? Did you write this back to me?
One of my assistants, my deputy.
Okay. Because they go on to cite all kinds of laws, Gannett, New Jersey Partners versus Middlesex, blah, 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 blah. So my question is, town attorney's here, and you can just speak it into the mic. Oh, sorry. You can speak it into the microphone, and thanks, Chief. And I'll write it down, and then I'll send in the Oprah request, but that's what I'm looking for. So if you would tell me how to do that, I'd appreciate it.
I'm sorry, can you state your question again?
Yep. I'm looking for all records for all attorneys, bills, and all professional services related to the town council, planning board, and zoning boards. Now we can make it from January, February, and March. How do I write that request?
Respectfully, I'm not going to provide you with legal advice on how to comply with the Open Public Records Act. If you wish to secure that advice, I suggest you seek the advice of legal counsel.
Okay, because the only other way to remedy this, if I'm reading it correctly, is Superior Court of State of New Jersey, and obviously I don't want to go there. I don't think the town wants to go there. So, okay, I mean, I'm not going to get any help here. What I'm looking for is pretty simple. I want to see where this money's been transferred to and how it was spent. Very simple operation. We're talking $241,000 now in the period of 2 months. And nobody can tell me where $240-something thousand went to. So, okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else for public comment related to items not on the agenda? And again, just state your name and your address.
So good evening, Mayor and council members. Eric Aronson, lifelong resident of Sparta Township. Reason I'm here in this part is I was really appalled and embarrassed after watching the, I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Much better.
It's for the streaming. They can't hear
Okay.
you all if you're not. Yeah, but go ahead.
All right, so the reason I'm here is I was appalled and embarrassed after watching the footage from the last council meeting. Mr. Clark, specifically with the exchange between you and Mr. Castamore. I don't know, I just felt the way that you addressed him, that you raised your voice at him, that you yelled at him, told him to hush, sit down, shut up. I felt that was just absolutely egregious. That's no way to treat a resident of Sparta Township or anywhere, especially when you're in a leadership position. I feel you owe him and you everybody else in this room and the township an apology for the way you acted at the last session. Another thing in there too, you went on accusing him of harassing the township. I mean, you profess that you're an attorney. That's certainly not a citizen expressing unwelcome viewpoints at an open public meeting. That's a far cry from harassment. When he's just questioning things that he has a right to know. Mr. Dash, I'm surprised you didn't correct him on that, but I just felt that was inappropriate. It was egregious. And again, I feel either you owe everybody an apology or you owe a resignation from office. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else with public comment?
Joanne Scally, Sparta, New Jersey. I just want to echo what the last gentleman said. I found it also appalling what you said to a longtime Sparta citizen whose family's been here over 100 years. All he was doing was inquiring about things that we all were, want to know. And for you to tell someone to shut up, sit down, hush, it wouldn't go over easily with a lot of people. I'm sure I would not like to be hushed or shut up and sit down when I'm expressing my opinion and my thoughts. And then you were saying about you don't want your counsel spoken to that way with inaccuracies. That was your exact words. But yet, when Councilwoman Quinn and Councilman Hertzberg were here, you were letting it be a field day for inaccurate questions, harassment. I seen Christine Quinn be harassed from the galley, the heckling her, and you not once told people to stop and to stop harassing your council members. So why are you picking and choosing who you want not to be picked on? Why didn't you stop it with Christine Quinn? Why didn't you stop it with Josh Hertzberg? But now all of a sudden you were up in arms because they're harassing your council? No, you are harassing the public with your shut up, sit down, and hush, and your silence when Christine Quinn and Josh Hertzberg were harassed. And inaccurate questions, inaccurate accusations hurled at them at every council meeting, and you sat there quiet, and so did you. Everyone here sat quietly, and not one person said, well, you didn't say call to order, stop the harassment, stop the heckling. It's terrible, and I think you owe all of us an apology, but especially Jim Castamore. He's a senior, long time founder, his family, of this town, but yet you chose to treat him that way. It's appalling. I have no words. Thank you.
Thank you. And please send my regards to former Councilman Hertzberg and former Councilwoman Quinn. Thank you.
I think you should send it.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Good evening, James, Roxanne, Attorney, Chief, the audience. I want a little bit empower everybody.
Just need your name and address for the record.
So, Jesse W. So I think, first of all, my first topic is
Excuse me, Jesse whom?
W, just the first letter. And let me tell you why. We have Daniel's Law number 1, Daniel's Law number 2. We also have the Office of Privacy regarding people's addresses. The Chief of Police mentioned, I'm watching you guys on YouTube. And the Chief of Police mentioned also, like, people shouldn't come up and say, hey, by the way, I live over here and I'm going away for 30 days. And I really recommend that everybody stop putting in their address. And you don't need to have the last name. Or whether they're a Sparta resident or Byram or Wayne or Palisades Park, they can come and talk. It will be less work for Roxanne to write the last name, spelling correctly, and the address. I'm just saying, with Daniel's 1, Daniel's 2, and the Office of Privacy, and now you're on YouTube, there is really no reason for people to put their address on YouTube. You know, oh, I'm a nice little old lady. I've been living here 30 years. I live at this address. It's just a matter of time until somebody starts going on the website and listening to addresses and names. So I'm Jesse W. of Sparta. My second topic is when I watch you on YouTube, I don't know who's talking. I know Zepp's accent, his voice, but when you guys are talking, I don't know who's talking. So it would be ideal that there could be maybe a light lit up, whoever's talking. Like when you're in a courtroom, you know, the judge talks, the camera's the judge. The plaintiff talks, the camera's on the plaintiff. The defense talks, the camera's on the. I don't know if we want to have cameras on us, but at least maybe there should be some kind of light when you guys talking. Nobody, like I couldn't see your names. I happen to know James, and I happen to know Roxanne, and I happen to know the lawyer, and I happen to know the mayor, and then I know Mark, and I guess Mark's wife, but you two, I don't know, and
I'm Dan, I talk really fast. My wife reminds me of that all the time, so that's how you can tell who I am.
if it's not me, it's somebody else
Yeah.
that won't know.
But it's a good point.
So I'm saying as far as the second point is, it would be nice if some kind of like green light lights up and your names are as big as that clock over there. You know, when you're on YouTube, you see the clock, but you don't see anybody's names. So that's my second point. My third point is, we pay our IT guy above 150 grand, less than 200 grand. He should take the time to put the different, so we have township council, then we have planning, then we have zoning, and then there's environment. It's 4 different meetings. I think it should be in chronological order from last to new. So when you go on the website, the first video that just happened is the newest video. So I think you're now doing it about 8 months. So I would say this is the time to get it organized before it's years and years and 500 videos they have to reorganize. So that would be my third topic, that the IT guy should organize the meetings in chronological order from the last one. You want to see something 8 months ago, you go all the way that way. You want to see what's happening right now, you open it up and it's there. It's the opposite way right now. My fourth topic, minutes. Jennifer, again, I'm watching different council meetings. Jennifer Derricks came up and said, you guys are in violation of OPMA. So, because you're supposed to approve the minutes every 60 days. So not only are you violating OPMA, but you're violating my court order against Sparta. So in the past, my activism years was 2008 to 2010. So some people know me. And at that time, I had 4 or 5 lawsuits. I had 3 recall efforts. I had 2 petitions. I guess Mr. Castro
I'm gonna
wants...
give you 15 seconds just because we have a lot of people here and I got to keep you to the 5 minutes. Don't take it personally. It's just some
No,
trying to
but
maintain order.
regarding the 5 minutes, it's just a policy. It's a policy that you created last August and you made it a resolution. It's not an ordinance, not the law. So, and many times again, I've seen, there's latitude with who speaks and who can speak. So I'm not going to become a regular here. I just want to give you my topics that will enrich everybody over here. And I'm trying to speak as fast as possible. I also think when people come here and talk, there should be a dialogue between us and not a monologue. So if I talk, I want you to answer if you want to answer. So by the way, to the audience, when you come up here as a public speaker, you are supposed to address the mayor. And if they want to answer your question, they can. And if they don't want to answer your question, they don't have to. That's how it works in public meetings. So, but I think if you want to answer somebody's question because they came to ask you, it would be a dialogue between you and them rather than somebody coming over here pissed off. They say their name, they do their monologue and they turn around and sit down even before there's a chance to say anything. So I'm just giving you, again, some input. So back to the minutes.
Well, I think, again, we're way over here, so.
Please forgive me, but I just want to continue with my topics and I'm trying as fast as
We
possible.
need to uniformly apply the 5-minute rules, so, and there's other people that are going to want to speak, and we can't be here till midnight, so.
I mean, if you don't want to be here till midnight, give yourselves a raise, another $1,000, another $1,500.
We need to apply
I'll vote for that,
We need to apply the 5-minute rule uniformly and evenly
it's a
for
rule.
everybody. Yes, it's a rule. That's the rule.
Right, it's not an ordinance.
But we need to do it effectively across all public speakers, or else we're then biased against one or the other. We need to keep it consistent for equity.
Thank you.
So what?
You
you
can
want me to-
email us too.
No, I don't want, I want everybody to hear this.
There's another open session later on in the meeting at the
Yeah,
end.
if you wanna-
If you want
you
to come
can-
back.
So what are you saying? Like, I can talk now for 5 minutes, I have to sit down and get back up in 5 minutes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you
the
want me to
next-
sit down and just get back up?
No, not in this session. Later on in the agenda, there's another open
Does it
public.
say that
We-
one person
No,
can
we
only
want you to
speak?
adhere to the rules
Right,
that
but does
everyone
it-
else does,
right,
and not
does
try
it-
to get special
right.
treatment for yourself that other people
I'm
don't.
not trying to get special
Well, I
treatment.
think
I'm
you're trying to get the
to make
you
something
don't want
happen
it to
here.
apply to you. And what we're telling you is that we want it to apply uniformly, and so that's, I don't know what to tell you, Jesse.
And I understand what you just said. So you're saying there's a 5-minute limit. If I walk away and get back up, do I have another 5? Does it say in your resolution that you can only speak
There's a
one
public
time
Yeah,
for
there's a
5
public
minutes?
comment period at the end for what I call the grab bag public comment, where if you want to finish your remarks during that 5-minute period, you're more than willing to do so. But we do have an agenda to get through. We do have the people's business to do. So we'd really appreciate it if you could reserve your additional comments to then.
How about if I go through 2 more points?
This isn't a negotiation. Do you understand? So can we move on, please, and you can come back for the final public comment period?
Do you understand that this is a Faulkner Act form of government?
I'm well aware of it. I'm also aware that there's not a requirement that we engage with you. You can attend the proceedings, and so
Do you?
I've given you
I'm
sufficient latitude.
I'm just gonna
Mr.
finish this one sentence.
Okay.
This is a Faulkner form of government, which gives the township residents power of initiative and referendum, which means that basically we can create a petition and create an ordinance. Please, you don't want me to get involved creating ordinances and giving every resident 20 minutes on the clock, and I'll pass an ordinance. So I think it's absurd to give somebody only 5 minutes when they have something else to talk about. You haven't seen me here. I'm not ranting. I'm bringing more information to you. I think you should let me speak.
Okay, you will have an opportunity at the end to finish your comments, but we have 3 ordinances we have to get through that we've been mulling over for a long time, and so.
You mean the same ordinance that if the residents want, they can repeal it, and they can get petition signatures and within 20 days submit it to the clerk and repeal your ordinance. Do you want me to teach them how to do that?
You can threaten as much as you want.
I'm not
sir.
threatening.
But that
I'm
seems to be your
talking to
point,
you.
sir. Sir, I've given you plenty of latitude. I'd really
No,
like that you
haven't
respect
given-
the other
no,
audience members who would like to
You
speak.
haven't given me long latitude because I have another 13 points.
13?
13. 13.
It's
13.
time for us to,
Yeah,
we
I
need to be
think-
respectful of our rules and just
Yeah,
move on.
thank you.
13. When's your next open mic time?
At the very end,
Do you
you'll
have a
see.
copy of the agenda right there,
It's
sir?
number
I
12.
didn't look on your agenda because
Well-
I'm here for new business. And this is all new business.
Then there's another one. It's right there.
Number 12.
Thank you.
That was a good point brought up. Is there, are we required to capture first name, last name, and address? Is there a requirement for that, or is that just our practice?
Than what the practice is, but
Okay.
Daniel's Law did bring that up and
Okay,
mention it.
that's a good point. Thank you.
Probably felt it was necessary, but it would be better not to have the address or even their last name.
Okay, thank you
I'll
for
say
clarifying that.
speaker. I understand what they're saying. I'll just put speaker.
That's great. Thank you.
Right. Any other member wishing to be heard for the first public comment period for items that are not on the agenda? All right, seeing none. We will move to the expenditures. Deputy Mayor Murphy, would you please read the expenditures for April 22nd, 2025?
Yes, the total expenditures for April 22nd, 2025 are $8,923,355.77.
May I have a motion to approve the expenditures for April 22nd, 2025? As
Make a motion
presented.
To approve the expenditures.
May I have a second, please?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So the expenditures of April 22nd, 2025 have been approved. We do not have a introduction of an ordinance. However, we do have 3 ordinances. And before we get to those, this is sort of apropos of our previous one, we do have to have public comment period for each one. So I would respectfully ask that you limit your public comments to the actual ordinance that's under consideration. I know they're all very related to one another. And also be mindful, try to not, be duplicative of your comments. So if you get up for the first ordinance and then you come up again for the second one and you make the same statement that you did previously, that's your right to do that. I would just ask that you be mindful of the amount of people that are in here and the time frame that we have to try to get through that. So with that, Madam Clerk, could you please read the title of ordinance 2507?
Ordinance of the Township of Sparta and the County of Sussex, New Jersey, permitting Class 5 cannabis businesses within the township, adding definitions to Section 18-2 of the Township Code, deleting subsection 3 of Code Section 18-4.5H, prohibited uses, and adopting new sections 18-47C23, 18-4.24, F3, and 18-4.20, D2, and permitting the operation of Class 5 cannabis licenses as conditional uses within the TCC and the C1 zones in the township.
Okay, thank you. And now we're at the public comment period for the ordinance 2507. So if you have a comment related to 2507, please speak now.
Hi, everybody. I absolutely respect the 5-minute rule, and when I come up as a personal comment, I will respect that. But as I'm speaking here today as chair of the planning board, which has certain powers and rights, and I would ask that it be waived because we do need a dialogue with this particular instance. Dear Mayor Clark and members of the Town Council, on March 11th, the Township Council introduced Ordinance 25-07, permitting Class 5 cannabis businesses within the township. After introduction, the council referred the proposed ordinance to the Planning Board for Master Plan Consistency Review pursuant to the referral powers contained in the New Jersey statutes. These referral powers provide certain rights to the Planning Board. The statute states that prior to the adoption of a development regulation, revision, or amendment, the Planning Board shall provide a report to the governing body that identifies provisions which are inconsistent with the master plan. The Planning Board shall provide recommendations concerning these inconsistencies and any other matters as the board deems appropriate. Goes on to state the governing body, when considering the adoption of a development regulation, revision, or amendment, shall review the report of the Planning Board. It may disapprove or change of any recommendation by a vote of a majority of the full membership, but in doing so, it is required that the minutes record the reasons for not following each recommendation. On March 19th, 2025, at a duly noticed and constituted public meeting, the Planning Board unanimously determined that the introduced ordinance is not consistent with the township's master plan. This unanimous determination resulted after a spirited, hour-long discussion amongst its members. As a result of these discussions, the Planning Board utilized its powers to provide further recommendations to the Town Council concerning these inconsistencies. Number 1, and there are 10 of them. Let's start with providing a clear definition of cannabis. What is considered a cannabis product? The township definition does not reference the sale of hemp products, and it is unclear whether or not the sale of these products is allowed or prohibited. How about CBD products? The Planning Board will be tasked with these interpretations, and we require a clear definition prior to the review of any application. Number 2, there are also language deficiencies on page 3 regarding delivery services. It states number of retail businesses and cannabis delivery service licenses, but then it goes on and there's no further reference to delivery services. Does this mean that both are provided to the retail establishment? Clearer language is required. Number 3, clearer language is also required regarding new bulk standards for signage. Number 4, next, we need to address the very basic question of whether or not cannabis shops are necessary in Sparta, especially since the sale of these products is readily available in our neighboring communities. One of the aspects of master planning is to examine the need or use based on surrounding communities. The planning board suggests that the community be surveyed by way of referendum or other public forum method, and not by referencing the 2020 general election question 1 that only related to the legalization aspect of marijuana. Furthermore, the very fact that a vote is being considered today while the Sparta schools are on spring break and many families are away on vacation circumvents any open dialogue process. Number 5, the next question, assuming that a need can be identified, is where the sale of cannabis should be located. We questioned the logic behind suggesting that it be located in the TCC and C1 zones. Since the cannabis operation is subject to conditional use zoning, this automatically triggers ordinance changes in a zone ordinance. So why not change the economic development zone language so that it could be included there? Changing the zone would allow for other negative factors to be less significant, such as buffer measurements. The planning board does not recommend a measurement of 250 feet door to door from schools, daycare centers, places of worship, or youth centers. We conclude that the buffer measurements should be re-examined, as they should have a minimum of 1,000 feet from property line to property line, so as to prioritize the health, safety, and welfare of these vulnerable populations. Number 7, following up on that, we have concerns for the younger community as it pertains to products for sales such as edibles, gummies, etc. Number 8, one suggestion is not to jump into this head first. A trial that permits the sale of medical marijuana before introducing retail cannabis sales should be considered. Number 9, the planning board further expressed concern that the language in the ordinance regarding direct access to routes 15 and 181 is unclear. Winona Parkway in Lake Mohawk has direct access to Route 81. So does Mohawk Avenue, as well as other side streets. A cannabis establishment in this area would be detrimental to the character of White Deer Plaza, which has been denoted as one of Sparta's most important landmarks during our recent master plan survey of the community. Number 10, speaking of the master plan, everyone is aware that the planning board has begun the arduous process of developing a new master plan for Sparta Township. The board would like the opportunity to re-examine cannabis use and zoning through its new master plan process in order to determine areas that will achieve the highest and best use for the zone. We will be reaching out to all major sectors of our community, and we will also be conducting open public forums to solicit the ideas and suggestions from as many individuals as possible. Please don't strip away our rights to this very important process. I thank you for listening and remind you of your obligation to provide on-the-record rationale for rejecting any one of the planning board suggestions. Thank you, and I have copies, because I think as you go through this, you will have to rationalize. Well, I have mine here too, I can pass out to you.
We are in receipt of the March 21st, 2025 memorandum. So we are in receipt of that. And I think some of the statements that you made and your comments were not included in any of the rationale that the planning board gave us. But I also want clarification from our council, which is, my understanding is that we are to acknowledge the report, that we've received it, and we have discretion on whether to adopt or to approve any of those recommendations.
That's correct, Mayor. Respectfully, the statute, which the chair acknowledged, does require the council to acknowledge the referral report dated March 21st, 2025. Once the council recognizes that report and considers that report, the next step is only permissive, may approve or change any recommendation by a vote of the majority. So the council is not required by statute to adopt or agree to the recommendations, but it's permissive and not mandatory.
That is correct. I read exactly from Title
we have
40,
5 minutes.
colon, 55D-26.
Sorry, there's a 5 minutes. Please be mindful of that. We need to apply that.
This
I
is,
know, and we need-
I'm not speaking personally, but the planning board, this was given to the planning board for master plan
We
consistency
invite the
review.
planning board.
It is not My personal recommendation, we are not saying whether or not we agree or disagree with the sale of cannabis. We're looking at the ordinance and we are making
Understand,
changes.
but we have a 5-minute rule that we all need to be respectful and mindful of. So thank you.
Well, I do question though, Title 40:55D-26. I read it exactly as it is, that you can disapprove or change any recommendation by a vote of the majority of the full membership, but in doing so, it's required that the minutes record the reasons for not following the recommendations. And if you pull that up, Mr. Dash,
Yeah,
that
I
is
can address
absolutely
that
true.
briefly. So if you read the language, it says that the governing body must consider the report.
And that the minutes record the
But
reasons.
Just let me finish for a second, please. And it goes on to say, and may approve or change any such recommendation by a vote of the majority of its full authorized membership. In that case, it shall record in the minutes the reasons
Exactly.
for its not following such recommendations. That requirement to record in the minutes the reasons is only triggered if the council approves or change, which is permissive of any such recommendation. The only obligation, according to Jennings versus the Borough of Highlands, which is a appellate division case in 2011 in which the court addressed this very specific topic. The court said the only obligation of the council is free to deviate from that obligation, is to acknowledge the report. The second aspect is permissive as to whether or not, in the event that it does approve or change any recommendation, in that case, you're right, it shall record in the minutes the reasons. That's mandatory. But until you get to that second permissive stage, that shall is not triggered, respectfully.
Well, I'm not going to argue legal
Okay.
opinion, clearly, but, as I read it, it says record the minutes of the reasons, and that's what the planning board was asking
So
for.
we have acknowledged receipt of the March 21st, 2025 recommendation from the planning board. And so it would be my view that we've
Satisfied
complied with the particular.
The council
statute.
has strictly complied with its obligation. It's permissive whether a council member or a majority wishes to amend or change any such recommendation.
Mr. Mayor, I was part of the planning board that put together this list, and I believe that we should address each and every one of these items, as the planning board put a lot of thought and a lot of discussion into this.
And we were asked to, we got the task from you. So we were asked to look at the recommendations, whether it was consistent and
Is
the
there no,
powers give the.
I mean, we have rules for reasons and we should be respectful. Is there no recourse to anybody just sitting at the microphone for more than 5 minutes? This is not respectful.
Yeah, it's my position that we've done what we need to do. If someone wants to, go beyond that, they're well within their provision to do so. If someone wants to make a motion to adopt any of these they can make a motion to do so, and then we can discuss them. But until that, we haven't triggered that part of the statute.
So after the public speaks and it comes back to the council, any council member may, according to the statute, make a motion to approve or change any recommendation. At that time, it would be appropriate for the council to have this colloquy.
Okay. So why don't we get
Okay.
other members of the public who wish to be heard
Okay, I would
on this
appreciate this
provision?
discussion. As I said, I was representing planning board. I do have personal comments. It'll take me 30 seconds. After the meeting, I just didn't think of this at the meeting, but I would ask that you also consider labeling of products with ingredients consistent with other types of ingestible products. Consider child-resistant packaging and warning labels like alcohol and smoking products have. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else
Thank
wish
you,
to be
John.
heard on 2507?
I'm Marilyn Chapman, 66 Hunters Lane. I'd like to thank the members of the council who are speaking so audibly tonight. It's a personal benefit to me, beyond price. I support many of the concerns this lady presented. I worked with substance abuse issues for 30 years. As an RN, as a clinical social worker, and as a state-certified substance abuse counselor. I think the people who agreed to make marijuana legal were either ignorant of the effects of marijuana or they chose to ignore them and wanting the tax dollars. But in my opinion, there can actually be no benefit and only detriment to the proliferation of marijuana use. And as this lady said, I would hate to see the character of Sparta diminished because of it. I've seen films of marijuana-influenced brains and their lack of coordination in automobiles. Surely we have enough aggressive drivers to cause concern about our safety on the highway, but to have people out there whose brains are influenced and affect their inability to coordinate their action is a real concern. The second one is that I think the people who study human development would be skeptical that the human brain is fully mature at age 21 and the damage that is inherent to adolescent brains. Aside from the fact that the more frequent opportunities adolescents have to purchase marijuana illegally or have their friends buy them for it, will be heavily involved in obtaining marijuana. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Marilyn.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Florence Slack, and I live at 25 Hunters Lane, Sparta. And this may not be the right time, it might be too early to ask this question, but do you have any idea of what locations, what buildings, if everything's approved and cannabis goes through, any specific locations in mind where these locations might actually end up?
No.
No, nothing.
No, I mean, if you look at the ordinance, there's a very rigorous site, like anything, right? You open up a zone and you get a site plan, you get an application for certain, you can't regulate to specific lot and block, et cetera. So we won't know where the retailer would be until they apply. They obviously would have to be in those zones, but then whatever they pick would then have to follow all the regular ordinances. But no, I don't have any idea where they would be within these zones.
A little too early. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Hi, John Payne, Sparta Township. I stand before you tonight in strong opposition to allow marijuana dispensaries in Sparta. And I have just one question I'd like to ask. Why do we need it? There are already 5 dispensaries in Andover, 10 within a 10-mile radius of Sparta. Access is everywhere. In fact, there's reportedly an illegal dispensary already operating right here in Sparta. And instead of licensing more, we should be enforcing the existing laws. So again, why do we need it? Let's talk about what happens when these stores open. Just walk through towns that have already embraced dispensaries. You can smell marijuana everywhere, at every corner. People walk out of shops, light up, vape, and the moments later, you're trying to get your hair cut or buy groceries with a waft of marijuana smell. This is not hypothetical. It happens in towns all around us. Is that what we want in Sparta? Why do we need it? In Pueblo, Colorado, once embraced legitimizing or legalization of all legalization, officials now acknowledge that the rise of homelessness, crimes, and social services strain, and despite promoting or promises of tax revenue, has covered that the revenue does not cover the costs of these burdens on the town. So again, why do we need this? In economics, don't hold either. The market is flooded. More shops only commoditizes the product, slashes marijuana margins, and leads to business closures, leaving empty storefronts and loss of investments to those. Why do we need it? We are a family-focused, values-driven community. Let's not trade long-term quality of life for short-term uncertainties of return. Why do we need this? I urge you to vote no on marijuana dispensaries in Sparta, because truly, why do we need it?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Pamela Alberto. I'm at 171 Woodport Road. So I have been a practicing oral surgeon in this county for 40 years. And I'm here because I care about the healthcare in this community. And I've cared for it for 40 years. And those of you who know me know that I care about the county. I'm also a clinical associate professor in Newark, where I'm dealing with the chronic issues of cannabis use. So I see it firsthand every week when I'm down there on Tuesday and Wednesday. And what most people don't realize is that the original research on cannabis, the THC content was less than 2%. Now, depending on what type of cannabis it is or hashish, it can be 40%, 80%, 90% THC. The problem with the high doses is that it will cause anxiety, dysphoria, psychosis, impaired cognitive and coordination. We have problems with high schoolers now using cannabis, getting cannabis from other adults, and it's a chronic problem. We all think the opioid problem is a problem, the opioid issues that we have. I predict, and most of the doctors I know predict, within the next 5 years, you're going to see the same thing with chronic cannabis use. We have a problem down in Newark where youth, young people in their 20s are smoking cannabis 24/7. And there's so many issues involved with it. The American Dental Association has come out to talk about the oral effects of cannabis, because there are problems that people are experiencing. It's also well documented that there is addiction with cannabis, and it is a gateway drug that will bring people to the use of heroin and other drugs. So I can't understand why a wonderful place like Sparta that I've been in 40 years would even consider wanting to open a cannabis dispensary in this town when there's so many dispensaries. If you look in Colorado, some of these dispensaries are going out of business because there's too many of them. You drive up and down 23 and you can spot plenty of cannabis dispensaries. Again, if you care about the health of the youth in this community or the people that live in this community, you will vote no against this having a dispensary in Sparta. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jesse W. I'm here to talk about that ordinance 25-7. So like I said, when the majority of the council votes for it, 3-2, the people behind me have the power. And the power is the initiative or the repeal petition. This is the last petition, probably the only petition in 2008, 160 pages. This took the referendum for the garbage, where there was over 5,000 votes. So if you're against an ordinance, you need 5 people to put on a petition to repeal the ordinance, and you go collect signatures. So now you're asking me how many signatures? We have 17,149 registered voters. But based on the Faulkner Act, we don't go based on the registered voters. We go based on how many people voted in the last assembly, which was the election in November 5th, which 12,482 voted. So you need 15% of the people who voted on November 5th to repeal an ordinance when the town passes an ordinance, and if you're against it, which means you need 1,872 signatures. In 2008, 40 people, 40 seniors, we did this in a weekend. And we submitted the petition to the clerk, and she went through it. And because of that, we delayed the garbage, Blue Diamond. Diamond Realty from creating this whole mess. But all I'm saying is, you know what? This is the Faulkner form of government. There's 4 Faulkner forms of government in Sussex County. Sparta, Byram, Newton, Vernon. These 4 municipalities, and another 128 municipalities in Sussex County, we have the power. We have the power if you have the time and you collect signatures and you do it the right way, you can repeal their ordinance and not have dispensaries or not have production movies or whatever the ordinance is. And if you don't like an ordinance that they have, you can initiate an ordinance or amend the ordinance, and that you only need 10% petition signatures, which is 1,248. I stood one time one weekend and got 600 signatures over a weekend.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you have any comments related to the substance of the ordinance?
Yes, so
Okay,
regarding
I would-
ordinance
I'll do what judges do to
25-7,
me, sir.
regarding
I will advise you to
25-7.
Focus on the substance of the ordinance.
Well, I'm talking about the ordinance. I don't have to talk about cannabis. I can talk about the ordinance. So I'm related to the ordinance. This is 25-7. 3 people are going to vote yes. 2 people are going to vote no. I've seen this before. Tomorrow, you take the ordinance, you write the word repeal on it, you start collecting signatures. Within 20 days, you give her the petition. And then either they dismiss it or it goes to referendum and people vote on it. So by submitting the petition, the council has a second chance of either changing their mind and repealing the ordinance, or it goes to referendum and the whole citizenry votes on it. So yeah, that's my input regarding ordinance 25-7.
But, okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. I still have a minute 16, minute 15, minute 14. This petition of 160 pages was submitted on December 14, 2007. I wish I could talk about the other points, but I'm going to stay focused on 25-7.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on ordinance 2507?
Hi, Beth Broderick. I'm still on North Shore in Sparta. I actually have a couple questions for you guys. I think there was an ordinance or proposed ordinance back in October of 2024 that indicated that proposed cannabis locations needed to be 1,000 feet from churches, playgrounds, daycares, schools, churches, everything, a whole litany of things. Where did your 250 come from? It seems like a pretty big drop. That's question 1. I'm watching the clock, so and I've got.
Why don't you get all your questions out?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do if that's okay.
Okay.
Was the change done or proposed to include specific properties, or was it because when the ordinance in October was proposed, it came to light that there was no acceptable or no property that fit or met the criteria? Because I believe that came up by somebody with the town, where when they went through it, it came to light that if you did the 100,000 or the 1,000, if you stayed within direct access of 181 and or 15, there was no property that fit those criteria. So I just wanted to know where. For the 181 and 15 access, it's my understanding that they have to be on Route 15 or 181, which would eliminate then Upper Lake Plaza and that whole strip mall. It would eliminate the plaza because it's not on 181 or 15. Because Winona, even though Winona is right there and that provides the access, it's not direct access to 181, which is right at the top of the hill. So that's the other one. Another question I have is, since Joan was not able to finish everything that was discussed during the planning board, can we please postpone a vote on this until that discussion happens and the concerns from the planning board are addressed? And also, can we push it out a little bit, because Sparta and Pope John Reverend Brown and the rest of the Catholic Academy are on spring break, so a lot of people are not able to attend to provide their input, whether they support the ordinance or don't support the ordinance. I don't think it's right that a lot of the people aren't here to express their support or concerns regarding the ordinance. And the planning board was not fully heard because of the 5-minute restriction. So I think we need to do that. And then also, if the ordinance passes and one or two of the businesses, proposed locations, do get passed, once it's in, aren't we then excluding family-friendly businesses and other uses like daycares that we need, because we all know that there's a bunch of kids here and it's hard to get into the daycares. You're eliminating that. You're eliminating the opportunity for playgrounds, parks, a freaking slide in somebody's backyard. You're eliminating all of that by saying, okay, let's put in 1 or 2 cannabis locations, whether they're women-owned, veteran-owned, whatever the criteria are. By putting this in, you're excluding a large portion of Sparta, which is why we're here. We might as well get rid of the ball fields and everything else for a family-friendly, family-oriented, and community-oriented business that may or may not generate the income that I think may be on the radar. I think I saw 2%. I'm sure we can get that with a daycare or something along those lines. It's kind of excluding, and I understand that there are legitimate reasons like the medical side of it where you have chronic pain or whatever. I understand. I work in healthcare. I work with cancer patients. I get it. But at the same time, there's some 2 minutes down the road. If that's a problem, maybe we should circle back to the 1,000 feet, the 250, the 181 location, and go to the ED zone instead. And maybe I'm wrong. I do still believe we should table this until planning board finishes their conversation. You look at the master plan and look at the other criteria and look to see what's the priority of the town. Is it the residents as a whole, the under 21 crowd, the over 21 crowd, and go from there. Oh, and of course I have to put in, when we increase businesses, we increase traffic. 181 and 15 are a hot mess. Those are the 2 roads that they have to have access to, and those are also on the radar with the planning board and the master plan. And I still have 13 seconds. I'm done.
Thank you.
Do you want me to stay here or do you want me to sit down?
No, I think the better practice is, it's not the council's turn now to discuss amongst themselves, or we bring
Okay.
it back to council, and I think probably your questions will get answered in that discussion. So rather than having this, I
'cause I
answer
know
your
there's-
question, and then, I think we will reserve that until when we bring it back to council after all the public comment period
Okay.
is completed.
Thanks.
But thank you, Beth.
I think I will add to that, the council did have a working session. You can leave, you can walk away if you want. Did have a working session with the planning board last year. I want to say it was October, of just a general conversation about a give and take with, providing input into this ordinance. So that did happen last year.
With that here.
No, I'm sorry, no, but this is irrespective of the final decision from the planning board. You suggested having an open dialogue with the planning board, which we did last year. I
Okay,
wanna say it was
but
October.
a lot has changed since October when that ordinance, I think, was originally proposed, or the last one was. A ridiculous
That was
mess.
just a working session, so we weren't coming together with a.
Oh, I'm
with
sorry, I
more of
thought there was a
blank
proposed ordinance from then that said 1,000
There was,
feet.
but that was only meant to be just a working model for us to have a
Okay,
conversation.
but either way, I know that you were bringing up the 5-minute clock when Joan was speaking as the
Understood.
representative,
I was just
like
making a
the.
remark to your.
So I just want to make sure that Joan's points that were not brought up or she was not able to bring up are included in the discussion.
We received this a couple of weeks ago, so we were aware of this.
Okay.
Good evening again. Hear me now? All right, Eric Aronson again from Sparta Township, lifelong resident. Even though it's not directly related to alcohol, the quote will be no wine before it's time. What do I mean by that? I mean, with what you said about the planning board, the master plan, that's still not redone. I feel like this whole thing's just being rushed. I'm not sure why, but put the brakes on, slow it down. Listen to what the planning board that all 5 of you appointed, put a lot of trust in, a lot of work and effort. Listen to what they say. They exist for a reason. That being said, there's a lot of dispensaries in the area. Obviously, we've spoken about that already. Andover, West Milford, Franklin. Who's driven through Franklin lately? Route 23, 517, right? You get high with your windows closed just driving through that area. It's true. So you want to put this ordinance in the Route 181 area, Sparta Avenue area, and just a real small spot of Route 15, really tiny spot, but bulk of it's in the center of town, the town center. I don't know about everybody here, but I love the way our town smells right now. I don't really want to smell raw cannabis in town just when I step outside every morning or some point during the day. That's just me, one of 17 some odd thousand registered voters. There's already smoke shops in town that's already been established. These locations, the dispensary locations, when they open up, is it going to be video killing that Radio Star as well? There was discussion last year about concerns with food trucks interfering with local businesses. This is the same thing. It's going to be dispensaries interfering with the smoke shops that are already lawfully established in town. Cannabis is a drug, like it or not. Yes, I know it's a legal drug now. New Jersey voters clearly established that in 2020. As a former drug recognition expert and traffic crash investigator myself, who did several years of service here in Sussex County, I've seen the effects firsthand of cannabis and people behind the wheel of motor vehicles, just like I'm sure the chief has and the entire department was here before. It's not something that should be taken lightly. It's something we should look seriously into, and a problem that we should not be contributing to. The location of these zones, Sparta Avenue, the Plaza, Route 181 Woodport Road section, the traffic's already atrocious there. Why not put it out on Route 15? Especially with the council's belief that you're going to successfully tackle the warehouse, so you shouldn't have the warehouse traffic. So why not have the dispensary traffic out there instead of in the center of town where, truth be told, you can't get through on Woodport Road without delays, especially in the afternoon and evening right now. The parking in the plaza, which is going to be a location that's authorized by the ordinances, forget it. That's nearly impossible as well. Let's talk about the 250-foot buffer zone from the schools. Obviously, the main school in question is the Mohawk Avenue School. How far is the liquor factory from the Mohawk Avenue School? The building itself, not the edge of the property, but the building itself. According to Google Maps, about 500 feet. So this is not even a football field away from the edge of any school property. Personally, I opine that's a little too close. And if you're going to keep that, that distance really needs to be extended. Sections H and I of the ordinances that talk about security, I feel that the security is just simply deficient. There's no real mechanisms in place. I'd be curious if there was any input from the police department on having security measures, be it armed officers, armed security, undercover security, something like that in place to make sure that all the laws of the state are being complied with. And then lastly, also for inspections. All the alcoholic beverage locations in town, they're subject to random ABC inspections by law enforcement at any time. I didn't see anything in the ordinance that's proposed about that for the cannabis facilities as well. For those reasons, I personally request that you either table the ordinance and allow a lot more time and a lot more research instead of rushing it through, or vote no for that. My comments I just made, not only for this ordinance, but all the subsequent ones throughout the rest of the evening to avoid redundancy. We have to keep coming up here. All right, thank you very much.
Thank
Very
you.
much.
Joanne Scally, Sparta, New Jersey. I was back here in December and I requested that if you're going to do anything, put it to a referendum rather than 3 out of 5 of you vote yes. My next thing is directed to you, Mayor. During the Airbnb short-term rentals, you said multiple times that even though you might be for the short-term rentals, you're for the will of the people. So you voted yes for the ordinance against the Airbnbs, the short-term rentals. And then you also said for the warehouse, you're for the will of the people. But now you're hearing the will of the people, but are you picking and choosing who you want to support, or what ordinance you want to support? Okay, still going. The will of the people. Why aren't you going for the will of the people and vote no? Why do you have to pick and choose what you want to go for? Because actually the will of the people, if you look on Facebook, you look in this room, they're against this ordinance. I know everyone says that it's not a gateway drug. It is a gateway drug. My cousin, who was 10 months older than me, started smoking marijuana back in the 70s. He's dead now. He died at 32 because it was a gateway drug and he went into harder drugs. And my aunt was 39 and her husband was a little bit older than 39, but her husband died at 39. She was devastated, destroyed a family. It destroyed the entire family because the fabric was broken. Then I looked up something that was, the study was funded by the National Institute of Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism. Researchers analyzed 19 years of data from the Fatality Analyst Reporting System, a national database of fatal crashes on public roads. The percent of crash deaths involving cannabis more than doubled from 9% in 2000, which is around the time that everyone got crazy and started allowing this, to 21.5% in 2018. That's a big jump, and I'm sure it's much higher now. And the cannabis, like the woman before stated, the cannabis is a lot stronger than it was in my day. I never partaked of it, especially after seeing my cousin. I have friends that smoke marijuana up to this day, and they're not all there, a little dizzy. But I believe during like the police training that they have that little thing you drive and you're impaired driving, that you're going to be crashing impaired driving with cannabis. And cannabis is not good. I'm urging you to please vote no. And if not, at least put it to a referendum. But please go by your word, Mayor, that you're here for the people. And obviously, if you vote yes for this, you are not. You just pick and choose the warehouse and the short-term rentals, but not this. Thank you for your time.
I appreciate your opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Please. James Santanastasso, not a resident of Sparta. Get that out of the way right now. Didn't plan on speaking tonight, but I feel like I have to because there's clearly a lot of confusion out there about cannabis, the cannabis industry, cannabis users. I use every day. It helps amazingly with my anxiety, my depression, my ability to focus, my ability to actually do chores around the house and get motivated. Okay? Cannabis itself, the biggest issue with cannabis is not the drug, no different than alcohol, opiates, cigarettes, coffee, anything. It is the user. The user is the person who needs to search for the help, and we as a community need to give those people the help that they need. Substance abuse disorder is substance abuse disorder because it is a substance abuse disorder. It is not specific to marijuana. Are there health risks that come with marijuana overconsumption? Absolutely. You can also have too much coffee and give yourself a heart condition. At the end of the day, we can't pick and choose what substances are and aren't acceptable for grown adults. We have more liquor stores in Sussex County than we have pharmacies. And at the end of the day, these are all things that we need to take into consideration. Now, at the end, I don't live here. I've said that. I was on the record and honest about that. I don't live here. This isn't going to affect me. I'm not a taxpayer, but I can promise you I will be here every day buying if it is in town. Because currently, I heard a lot of talk about the gifting locations, or what I call gifting locations, because that's what they are. In reality, these smoke shops are exactly that. They're gifting organizations. They get a CO under false pretenses, a certificate of occupancy. They open their doors and they sell to anyone and everyone that walks through the door that's willing to say the code word or pay the markup price. These people sell this to anyone that they feel they can. They are not licensed. They are not required by law to have any kind of inspections. There is no police feed or any kind of camera monitoring who's going in and out. There is no percentage of THC required, and their sources are not legally required to be given because they're operating under an illegitimate business entity, organization. So at the end of the day, the regulation is required in order to keep the community safe. I know that for a fact because we saw it happen in Vernon. We've seen it happen in Newton, and it also has happened in Andover. Yes, there are a lot of cannabis locations just over the border in Andover. But if you'll notice, a lot of them are going out of business. Why? Because Andover allowed many numbers, along with Route 23, Jefferson, West Milford. They allowed multiple licenses to be available. Those licenses were immediately picked up, and they immediately opened. It is not the town's job to make a productive or profitable business. It is the town's job to oversee and regulate those businesses when you pass these laws. I heard about Franklin. I'm glad that was brought up. Franklin, the reason why you smell weed in Franklin isn't because of people lighting up on the side of the road. You smell weed in Franklin because that is a weed grow operation run by Rise Dispensary Cannabis Corporation. They run that business and have run that business since they were a medical grow operation way back in the day, and then moved over to recreational and were grandfathered in. That smell is for no other reason other than the fact that the ordinance was deficient in their requirement for ventilation. So everything you're smelling is without any kind of actual ventilation, any kind of procedure for cleaning the air. It's because they're bad neighbors. And I'll be the first one to say it, they are bad neighbors. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of really big miscommunications here when it comes to the facts of this. And one of the biggest ones that I keep hearing about is the gummies and the edibles. The gummies and the edibles, you need to understand, they're all required under CRC law and regulation to be labeled. You can't have a 90% cannabis product in your store. It's not allowed. The regulation only allows for certain percentages. They are extremely specific about the packaging. I know, I'm in there all the time, always looking for something quick and easy for me because I got stuff to do. So at the end of the day, all of these concerns are valid. And it shows that everybody in this room obviously cares about the community. They care about the kids. They care about the schools. They care about the community they live in and raise their families. But at the end of the day, there's a lot of misinformation or just simple misunderstandings because I don't expect everyone in this room to go and read the CRC regulations like I have. I did it out of curiosity, wanted to get into the business, didn't get into the business. Who would have thought you needed a couple $1 million to open up a location? But at the end of the day, you need a couple $1 million to open up a location. So the idea that there's going to be this crime wave and all these terrible things coming, it's literally been proven in stats the exact opposite. Look at Montclair, New Jersey. They did an FBI law enforcement study and found that crime had actually dropped, and they took in over $200,000 in tax ratables last year alone off of one location. They're not our population, but we have the highway. Sparta has the highway, and Sparta also has plenty of people that, let's be real, everybody's buying it already. Your kids are buying it, you're buying it. And right now they're buying it from people who have no license, no oversight from the state, no protections, and the law enforcement, sadly, are shackled and can only do their job when the township is willing to be a partner, a willing partner. Thank you.
For the record, that was Mr. James Santicero. He's a Democratic operative, and he is.
Mark, the public's allowed to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I would ask that,
I'll keep going later. Anytime.
Tough act to follow. Rob O. I guess I don't need to give my address. Don't look for me. So I was gonna. I had something prepared because usually I just get up here and ramble. I'm sorry, but now I gotta follow that. So I'm gonna just skip to the end and then say some things. So I just want to urge the council to please consider the weight of your decision tonight. The use can be argued to be safer than other uses. This use may help a subset of the population to more conveniently obtain from local and licensed sources a therapy that they may rely upon. I'm not disputing that. The ratables benefit may add further incentives to the use, but are these collective rewards worth the risk? I know in your ordinance you put, whereas the Sparta Township Council determines this time necessary and appropriate is the best interest of the health, safety, and welfare of the township, of Sparta's residents, members of the public, etc. So I guess what you're saying there is, again, you're trying to put in guardrails for the consumers that are already coming here, purchasing, and I respect that. But what about the gifting locations? Do those just, when you enact this ordinance, you have some language in there that says, now we'll tackle the gifting locations because we're going to have these 2 locations. So you're going to tell me, I don't partake, but I've worked closely with one of the largest wholesalers in the West Coast who served Washington State, Oregon, California for over 30 years. I have visited the whole gamut of bud tender establishments to just kind of like shady smoke shop. And that is my concern. You have 2 shots to get this right. And we've heard what happens if you don't get it right. You grandfather something in. Franklin has this issue where this use is grandfathered in. What happens when we have to meet our Mount Laurel requirements for housing? To Beth's point, we're going to have these 2 locations, and now we can't open up a church, a daycare center, a school. How are those kids going to, fit into society without those? Because we have these 2 locations, and clearly, there are these planning and zoning concerns. They'll be grandfathered in there. So, man, I'm not gonna get through any of what I wrote, but let me give you some pretty words. So I did vote for every single one of you on the dais. Despite your differences, I know you guys have a lot of differences, but the similarities are that you guys do care about this community, and I see you collectively as a council that would protect the citizens present and future, and I still believe that. I'm not confident that the ordinance as written meets that standard. I do find it interesting that the Film Ready Committee, which seemed to have no negatives, was, really kind of run through the ringer. So I would like some more time with this. But you guys got to know what you pass tonight, possibly, it's going to be your legacy going forward. And history will be the judge, good or bad. I don't want you guys to miss out on ratables, but the way that your office shapes the community does have a ripple effect in shaping our children. I have 2 kids, raising them in this community that my wife calls home, that my wife grew up in. So we are taxpayers here. We do live here. The people that I've talked to were horrified. People from Colorado with kids, my kids' age. Oh yeah, I didn't realize Sparta didn't look favorably on this. But I just get my stuff in Andover. And then they thought it was a good thing until they heard 250 feet door to door. That's pretty bad. If you have a field in front of a school, what does that shrink that buffer to? So I promised some nice words. Sorry. So I would urge you guys, there's a lot of current research. The research is ongoing. I think we can all agree that because of the nature of marijuana still being federally illegal, it hasn't had the opportunity to be shaped by society or by the research. So there's a lot of work to be done, and there's a lot of things we're finding. Anyway, this is going to be your legacy, the Sparta of tomorrow that you're creating today. So I urge you to tread carefully and thoughtfully, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Julie Killen, I live on West Shore Trail. We have a very successful physician here telling us all the negatives, and yet we're going to listen to someone that has no skin in the game, doesn't live in this town, doesn't have children in our schools. Please think about this. Dr. Alberto's been here for 40 years and probably taken care of 60% of the children in this town. And she's still here and does wonderful things all the time. And she's super smart. Listen to her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Florence Slack. I'm at 25 Hunters Lane. And frankly, something really made my blood boil when somebody who doesn't even live in Sparta is putting his 2 cents in. I think everybody here who lives in Sparta are the people you need to listen to. We have nothing to lose. We have everything to gain for good quality of life, keeping Sparta as a nice place to live, and just think of us, the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, ma'am, there's no double dipping.
Okay,
So-
I just want to leave these
You-
clinical
Feel free
papers
to, yeah.
for
feel
all
free
of
to.
you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to be heard on ordinance 2507, which is the first of 3 cannabis-related ordinances tonight? Okay. Seeing none, I will take it back to council for comment, so I can start to my far left.
Hi. Is now the time to make a motion to,
Hear any questions?
You could.
Right?
Well,
You
no,
could
before we
discuss it,
discuss
yeah.
the ordinance, we have to, did we make a motion to bring this to the dais? I don't believe we did.
I don't know if you have to make a motion. It just goes back to council after public comment.
I don't think you can open, according to Robert's rules, you can open a discussion without it being,
Well, so then we can do that. We can open it and then we can have the discussion. It's just a matter of procedure. You can make a
but
motion.
I
to-
guess it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Let the mayor decide.
Yeah, I know we haven't necessarily, normally we've just closed public comment and then taken it back
Fine.
kind of verbally.
Sorry I
so
mentioned it.
That's no problem. So again, we're back to council for discussion or comments. So Councilman Scott, if you have any discussion or comments.
I do.
Okay.
I've got a letter that was written to me. Dear Councilman Scott, my name is Sylvia Mulberry, 78 years old and a longtime resident of Sparta. I currently am the president of the Hamlet at Town Center HOA, 16 Main Street. That's directly next to the post office. I have 5 grandchildren in the Sparta schools. I'm writing to oppose the sale of cannabis in the town of Sparta. I believe there are enough nearby towns selling medical cannabis, which would be accessible to all our residents in Sparta. Our families enjoy being part of a community that has been named one of the safest in New Jersey and in the country. Let's not spoil our reputation and fair market value of our homes. Thank you for listening, and we appreciate all that you do, all that you can do for our community. Respectfully, Sylvia Mulberry. The National Institute of Health has indicated that children eating cannabis edibles, such as gummies, is a growing health concern. This usually happens by accident and can result in hospitalization and serious illness. Eating large amounts of products containing delta 8 THC has led to medical emergencies, including among children. For this reason, Sparta's dispensaries should be 1,000 feet from schools, churches, and property lines. I make a motion that we
Well, I think. what I'll
Okay, well,
recommend-
then I won't make a motion,
Yeah.
I will continue.
Yeah, here's what
Harms
I
to health,
Mark,
harms to lung
Mark,
health.
I
The
do want you
smoking
to-
cannabis can
Mark,
also
Mark,
harm.
Can you just stop for a second?
No.
I just want to, no, I'm not trying to interrupt. I know that you may have some motions. I think the best practice is to let all the council speak. And then after that, people who want to make a motion related to this will do so. So you'll be able to get through
Perfect.
that and not have to interrupt what you want to say
Great.
with motion. So I'm
Thank
just
you.
trying to be helpful.
All right, thank you. Harms to lung health. Smoking cannabis can also harm lung tissue, respiratory issues such as large airway inflammation and bronchitis. Cardiovascular effects. Some research shows an association between long-term cannabis use and an increased risk of stroke, heart attack, and arrhythmias. All these are going to add to the costs of running our town. Increased cancer risk. Increased likelihood of developing head, neck, or throat cancer, particularly in people who smoke cannabis. This is the National Institute of Health. Frequently or heavy cannabis use has been linked to problems in cognitive functions like learning and memory, attention, processing speed, perceptual function, and language. One of the things that I found out, which is just absolutely amazing, is that after autopsies of children that smoked pot, their brains were 70% of what they should have been. That's an amazing, amazing fact, all right? And I learned that from the Municipal Alliance, which is an organization in town to fight drug use in our community. That's just an amazing thing. Their brains were 70% of what a normal brain, a normal un-cannabis brain would be. I don't know how to say that. Okay, we got that. Any Sparta retail outlet must be 1,000 feet from a church, school. The 1,000-foot rule is in Jefferson, West Milford, Vernon. Even Howard Burrell, the mayor of Vernon, who many of us admire, has indicated that. Cannabis is a gateway drug. Cannabis products are among the first substances, along with alcohol and tobacco, that a person will likely encounter in their life. You're looking at one right here. People who use substances commonly use these before trying others. Still, most people who use or have used cannabis do not go on to use other substances later in life. In other words, those who use cannabis do not always have drug addiction. However, all who have addiction usually began with marijuana. More than 70% of New Jersey towns now ban the adult use of marijuana. And this just came out on February 25th of 2025 in the Cannabis Business Daily magazine. According to USA Today Network, roughly 71% of New Jersey towns, about 400 of them, have approved local ordinances that ban adult marijuana use. That's a significant jump in just a few weeks. And this was written back in April. And why is it why is this a significant jump? Because now is the 5-year anniversary of the initial allowing of passing or allowing of marijuana. And so many towns have exited the marijuana program, and that is happening time and time again throughout our state. Let me continue here. By contrast, according to the USA Today Network analysis, only 98 municipalities have passed laws which will allow use for cannabis laws, and they are mostly located in southern and central New Jersey. Edmund DeVoe, president of the New Jersey Cannabis Business Association, told the USA Today Network that a similar trend took place in states that previously adopted recreational marijuana, including California and Colorado. All these New Jersey municipalities faced a hard August 23rd deadline to opt out of the industry before a 5-year moratorium on such bans went into effect. And that's why there's so much action on this right now. I want to talk about who are the towns that have opted out that were previously in. Here are the few towns of New Jersey that have opted out of allowing cannabis use: Ridgewood, Summit, Westfield, Milburn, Ridgefield Park, Toms River, Parsippany Troy Hills, Bridgewater, Homedale, and Livingston. All very nice towns. Here are some of the towns in New Jersey that have allowed cannabis sales: Jersey City, Patterson, Elizabeth, Trenton, Atlantic City, Camden, Newark, Hoboken, Asbury Park, and Vineland. No comment. Several towns in New Jersey initially opted into allowing cannabis sales, but later decided to opt out. I think that's very important. Those towns include Maplewood, Montclair, Red Bank, Morristown, Princeton, Madison, Cranberry. Those are towns that opted in 5 years ago and now have opted out. But guess what? They're still stuck with the cannabis stores that are in their town. And they will have those cannabis stores forever, essentially. And that's what we're doing here tonight, voting on forever. Here are a few towns in New Jersey that have opted out of allowing cannabis sales: Ridgewood, Summit, Westfield, Milburn. I did that already, I'm sorry. Okay. Here is a report on the legalization of Colorado, from the state of Colorado, on the legalization of cannabis and marijuana in Colorado, the impact. And I just want to take a few sentences from here that I want to read. Traffic fatalities and impaired driving. Since recreational marijuana was legalized in 2013, traffic deaths where drivers tested positive for marijuana increased 138%, while all Colorado traffic deaths increased 29%. So as many people have spoken about, marijuana obviously impairs driving ability, and that'll be on 181 and 15, our busiest streets, which all of us use. Marijuana use. Since recreational marijuana was legalized in 2013, remember this is Colorado's experience, Past month marijuana usage for ages 12 and older increased 26% and is 61% higher than the national average, which is currently ranked third in the nation. So Colorado is having some problems with this. The percentage of suicide incidents in which toxicology results were positive for marijuana has increased from 14% in 2013 to 30% in 2020. Do we want to lose our kids to this? We could just go next door to Andover, get it. Seizures of marijuana. Okay, let's talk about the black market. Everybody says, oh, we want to bring this pot to town and make it such a super legal use. And that's going to wipe out the black market. Well, that's not true. The marijuana that's going to come into this town is going to be A, high potency, and B, it's going to be rather expensive because it's got layers of tax on it, okay? And what is going to happen in the black market? The black market undercuts that price, okay? And the black market grows. Seizures of marijuana reported to the El Paso Intelligence Center in Colorado increased 48% from an average of 175 parcels in 2012 when marijuana was commercialized to an average of 257 parcels in 2020 during the time recreational marijuana became legalized. Now, here's something that everybody wants you to believe in, and hopefully Chief McCarrick can help me out in handing these out. Everybody says that we have a great rateable coming in. How much revenue will Sparta earn by legalizing marijuana sales? Chief, could you put these up on the podium there? If anybody wants to grab one.
Thank you.
How much revenue will Sparta earn by legalizing marijuana sales? Total pot sales in New Jersey in 2024 just crested over $1 billion. $1 billion. The total adults that are in New Jersey are 7.2 million. Thus, the average sales per adult in 2024, which is 1 billion, which is last year's number, divided by 7.2 million residents, is $138 in pot sales in New Jersey per adult. Total tax revenue from retail sales in New Jersey in 2024, and this is the entire state, was $20 million total. Tax revenue per adult in New Jersey, remember they spent $138 per adult times 2%, and I have a typo there. It says 25. That's the last line of my first paragraph. It says 25 there. It really means two. It should be 2%. So it's $138 per adult times 2% equals $2.78 of tax revenue per adult in New Jersey in 2024. $2.78. This is really going to help us out a lot. I think I just don't know. Adults in Sparta, 17,100, which is per the town clerk's office of registered voters in Sparta. The total projected tax revenue in Sparta, if all Sparta adults, and let's think about the demographics, if all Sparta adults consume the state average per adult, the total revenue will be $47,500.38 of tax revenue to the Township of Sparta. So now we are going to change Sparta forever with these pot stores for $47,000 and $47,500. I think there's better ways to do it. The percentage of proposed pot tax revenue of total municipal of our $29 million town budget would be 0.16 of all Sparta tax revenue, 0.16%. For comparison purposes, Colorado pot tax revenue as a percentage of the entire state budget is 0.98%. So they're selling a little bit more than we do here in New Jersey, than we would in New Jersey. 66% of all Colorado towns, remember this is the first town in the nation, the first state in the nation, have banned medicinal and recreational pot sales. You know, one of the most amazing things is that the town of Madison has rescinded their laws. Madison, a very liberal town, beautiful town which certainly I would think Sparta would want to model themselves after, and it didn't work for them. But they'll still have the pot stores, but they rescinded the pot sales. The next thing that's currently in the Senate budget, and I just want you to think about this, because this is the next shoe that's gonna drop. Medicinal mushroom progress is possible. There actually is a chance that medical magic mushrooms or psilocybin could be legal by the end of the year in New Jersey. It was notable that the Senate Budget Committee took up the bill in October after progress was made in June. So you open these stores, not only will we be selling pot next year, we'll be selling mushrooms. And then we have more issues, right? There are 18 states in the United States in which pot is legal. Of the 18, 16 obey the 1,000 feet from a school. And that's property line to property line in most of the states that I could find information on. So, federal laws, 1,000 feet. When I'm done, or when the rest of the board is done, I would like to make a motion to move that we have 1,000 feet put into the ordinance in section 23I-B, 2 little I, to 1,000 feet, property line to property line, to encourage the health, safety, and welfare of our children. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Murphy.
Yes, I have questions about, I don't think we took the time to think all these through. There are hours of operation, they don't have days. It doesn't say anything about vaping. It doesn't say anything about regulation of the amount of THC that can be in the gummies that are sold here. There are very different levels. And in this town, I'm just 250 feet. I took a picture today of the amount coming from Richard Mine Road to bypass the sinkholes is 250 feet to get on to 15. And that picture of 250 feet was so small that it's just beyond me that we can have 250 feet. And I think we need, if anything, 1,000 feet, like the rest of the state. But I don't think we need it here in Sparta at all.
I'll go to Councilman Blumetti and then Councilman Chiarello.
Sure, I appreciate all the comments and all the input over the last, probably since last summer, whenever this whole conversation
For a
started.
long time.
A year and a half. And also from my fellow council members. I'm just gonna clarify a few things I heard, and just share some general concepts that I'm gonna keep in mind as I think through this. I'm not a cannabis user myself. The fact is, it's already used today by many residents around the country, around the world, the country, the state, and in Sparta. This ordinance does not make cannabis legal. Right, I think we all know that. It's legal today. Delivery is legal today to any resident if they, choose to order it. But you have heard that there is regulations in place and there's screenings that makes it safer. I've heard again that it's commonly known, and we've heard it tonight, that there are several places in Sparta where illegal cannabis is available. I'm not claiming that I know that for a fact. That's what we've heard tonight, and we have heard from others over the last months and year. But that doesn't mean that's a safe route for the people that are consuming it. I heard some comments around traffic. I totally understand the concerns around traffic, although in this argument, that's not something that's not relevant to me, because any new business hopefully will have customers, right? And it's not going to bring in 10,000 cars a day. Any new business that goes into a vacant storefront in these two zones, again, we're not talking about a massive structure going up where nothing is there today. Hopefully we'll bring in customers. So I don't really consider traffic a variable here. I heard a lot of comments, or a few comments around the planning board. Please rest assured, the planning board's views and opinions were made known to us through a meeting that happened in the past, through the official report that we had, and then again tonight. So don't feel that that wasn't considered. A couple other facts. I heard a question or a comment about wanting the content and ingredients listed. So that is by law. There's a lot of this is covered by state law, what I heard tonight from some of the concerns. I actually went and visited. I did some, anybody who knows me knows I'm kind of detail-oriented. Actually, yeah, it's kind of annoying sometimes. Ask my wife. I went into two cannabis dispensaries just to do some field research. And again, not a user, did not purchase anything. I went in the door, did my license, got checked out, they scanned it. I told them up front, look, I'm not buying anything. I didn't tell them who I was, but I went in, walked around just to get a feel for what was happening, just knowing that this was coming up. So the ingredients, the content, the screening that goes behind the scenes in the state just increased their safety screening standards to study smaller batches and to look for more stringent requirements around what's getting through. So the supply chain is all covered of how a product gets there. So, and the ingredients are listed and the percentages and all that from what I saw and what I've read. A couple other general comments that I think we all know, but it's illegal to drive under the influence of any substance, okay? It's illegal for people under 21 to purchase or use recreational cannabis. I understand, I'm sure, I've heard it happens today. It happened when I was young. Again, it wasn't me, but I know kids have access to it. Having a retail cannabis location in town is not advertising out front saying, come kids, come here. I know we have to always be careful about this, about where they're located. The two I visited, and from the reading I've done, and the way that the ordinances are written, which actually, the ordinances were worked on for quite a long time with lots of details. The signage is controlled. There's no consumption on site at all. There's no restrictions around what's viewable from the roads and from residences. So there is a lot of restrictions in place in these ordinances around that, and having it locally can offer residents a safer alternative than what they might be getting on the black market. So let me stop there. I'll reserve comments for later on.
Okay, thank you. I might have comments later on too, but I think some context is required. In 1910, there was a bloody Mexican Revolution broke out. And you guys are thinking, okay, connect the dot for me. That's a weird, where is that? But anyway, with that 1910 revolution in Mexico, that brought a wave of Mexican immigrants into the United States that fled the violence into the Southwest and West and Southern United States. The ensuing backlash was an anti-immigrant backlash came from that. And that also resulted in a rather years-long anti-immigrant campaign. You saw articles in the media, a lot of them from William Randolph Hearst's newspaper empire. Those stories started appearing in the 1920s and 30s about the immigrants coming in, bringing disease and drugs and crime, and a lot of these stories started getting peppered with the Mexicans' use of cannabis, which was used in the United States, but to tie the crime and the delinquency, that's the right word, of the Mexican. They started using the word marijuana, which was how the Mexicans referred to the cannabis. And stories started coming out as Mexicans would smoke marijuana, and that would fill them in a rage, and they would go on a crime spree, and which was unrecognizable to the people that did use cannabis, because that's not what cannabis does. Cannabis has a calming effect. It is used for pain management, but nonetheless, the stories were that, cannabis, you smoke cannabis and you feel the rage, you go on and raping people and murdering people and pillaging, and so much that people thought that cannabis was a different drug than marijuana, just because that's how the stories were spun. This culminated in a very famous movie in 1936 called Reefer Madness. You might have heard of it. The whole movie was about Mexicans coming in, smoking their marijuana, and going on, as I just said, crime sprees and raping and pillaging. But more than that, they would tempt the young adolescents with this drug, and the adolescents would smoke the marijuana. And again, then they would go and rape and murder and pillage, and that was the whole movie. That caused such an uproar that in 1937, Congress passed the Marijuana Tax Act, which made the sale of cannabis illegal. And it remained illegal until 1969, when I think it was 69, when the Supreme Court ruled the the Marijuana Tax Act was unconstitutional, therefore making cannabis sales legal again. But the story took an interesting twist when the Nixon administration at the time saw that as an opening, because Nixon had a couple of problems at that point. He was dealing with the civil unrest from the Civil Rights Act. There were many black activists that were giving the administration a hard time. There were several prominent black politicians and figures that were assassinated. There was and the uprising that ensued. The second thing that they were dealing with was the Vietnam War, and there was an anti-war peacenik that was giving Nixon also a hard time, and the opportunity was that I can use cannabis as a way to disrupt these communities. And so quickly we commissioned a commission to study the evil effects of cannabis. And in 1970, the year later, Nixon signed the Controlled Substance Act of 1970, which made cannabis a Schedule I drug. And the intent of that was to use these very draconian laws to disrupt these communities, to throw leaders of the Black movement as well as the anti-war movement in jail. And that gave us, I grew up, I was born in the 60s, grew up in the 70s and 80s. We all, if you're my age, you grew up with the war on drugs. You got the incarceration state that ensued. And those laws were applied to, again, throw lots of people from those communities in jail for very long periods of time. The Black people were disproportionately charged with those crimes by a wide amount. Again, just to throw those people in jail and disrupt those communities. And that last part is not a commentary on my behalf. We learned that was the intent of that from when the Nixon tapes were released, when Nixon and his aides spoke very openly of exactly that, to use the the Controlled Substance Act to disrupt those communities and throw people in jail for long periods of time. That was also discussed by Nixon aide John Ehrlichman in subsequent interviews, that was the intent. So if you're my age, you grew up with this association of cannabis with crime, with drugs, with you're a loser. And so if you're wondering why you feel that way, it was some degree we were socially engineered to think that. You think about alcohol, and alcohol is much more deadly than cannabis. Thousands of people every year die from acute alcohol poisoning. I'm fine, I drink too much, I'm dead the next day. Many, many times more will die of chronic alcohol poisoning, of chronic alcohol conditions. Cigarette smoke, again, you can't die of a cigarette overdose, but long-term effects of cigarettes, everybody knows. Sugar, you can't die of a sugar overdose, but sugar is probably the #1 killer of any substance if you abuse it, and we practically force feed it to our kids, on Halloween and Christmas and such, and having Fruit Loops in the morning. Again, you talk about what do we think about when we talk about tobacco? You think about the Marlboro Man, right? You get the James Dean, you get a Tom Clancy novel. Cigarettes are cool, right? When you think about alcohol, you think about Miller Time, This Bud's for You, Happy Hour, because alcohol is cool, it's fun, it's for parties. When you think about cannabis, we think it's ugly. And you think about you're a loser. And I've talked about that in the past, but I think I've heard what everybody was saying here, and there are valid points. But I think we have to step back and realize, how we got to the point where thinking of cannabis as being so ugly gave us a lot of the views we have here today. I might make a few more comments later, but I'll leave it at that and leave the mayor have a discussion.
Excuse me, Mayor, I have one more question. Chief, do we have any way of checking anybody when you've pulled them over for cannabis other than smelling it in the car? There's no way of testing, correct?
Are you asking testing or pulling people over?
No, once you've pulled them over, there's no way downstairs of testing anybody?
So we have drug recognition experts that we use to assist with identifying if someone's under the influence of a narcotic, yes.
Okay. Do we have any reports of any cannabis-related crimes or DUIs or anything since it's been regulated or since it's been passed in the state? So that was 2020. Do we have any statistics on that at all?
Statewide or for our?
No, just for
agency?
Sparta?
I could get statistics for you if you like, yes.
That might be interesting to look at. Thank you.
Chief McCarrick, do the drug, I'm not sure the word that you use.
Drug recognition
The
experts.
drug recognition experts, are they free or do they cost something?
No, so certain officers are trained and certified in this.
And we do pay them, right?
Officers?
Yes.
Yes.
So
Currently,
they do cost something.
there's not a lot
Was a
right
joke,
now.
but
Across the county, we kind of share officers.
So we don't have a drug recognition officer on duty 24/7 here in our town?
No.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to bring up another item, which this came out of the Denver Post. This was published yesterday, out of the Denver Post. How contaminated weed gets by Colorado's strict cannabis testing guidelines. Since 2019, regulators have recalled 60-plus products and fined many companies for violating test protocols. The Marijuana Enforcement Division has issued 63 recalls for fungus, mold, yeast, and causing potential. They're filled with heavy metals, causing potential liver injury. Licenses have been suspended. Justin Singer, the CEO of the edible makers Ripple, has also criticized MED, which is the Medical Marijuana Enforcement Division, for a lack of quality assurance oversight. This is such a new thing that there is very little oversight. There's no oversight at the federal level. There is no FDA. There's nobody looking over the shoulder of these companies that are putting this stuff out. I think it's just too early. Just too early for us to decide to bring marijuana into our town. I mean, the health, safety, and welfare of our residents is so important. While you know, it's illegal for kids. By bringing it into this town, it's normalizing it in the town. There's no FDA review for cannabis. There's no FDA review for the mushrooms that are the next shoe to drop. And remember, this was just introduced into the legislature and passed by the legislature. So these psychotic mushrooms, and I must admit that I do know a little bit about those from college days. Those are dangerous drugs, and they're coming next if we open the gateway here. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that we have to have 1,000 feet here.
I want to thank everyone for coming out, and, you know, we have been dealing with this issue for over a year. This was not a rushed by any means. The gentleman to my right is known for his detail and known for his scrutiny, and so we went through many, many iterations of this. And I want to commend all my council members for all the input that they provided, and also but the public, and I understand it. But as I think about this issue, I was reminded of this quote by a conservative author, Ayn Rand, and she said, "You can deny reality, but not the consequences of denying reality." The reality is that cannabis has been sold and is being sold in Sparta. The reality is 65% of Sparta voters approved the legalization of marijuana. So a lot of these debates about the health effects, about, you know, crime, all that, that's happened already. Those were considered. They were considered by the voters of Sparta, and they voted 65%. Now, what was missing from a lot of the critique where you brought up the negative effects, I didn't see a single study that showed that adding the dispensary somehow is an incremental increase in all these health effects. That's what you have to show. Cannabis is already legal in Sparta. It's legal in the state. The debate for that has ended. We've made that decision. And the reality is, for nearly 5 years, it's been sold in Sparta. How's it been sold? Through the smoke shops. And we can stick our head in the sand and say, I don't think that's happening. I don't know. Oh, it's happening. And so what these regulations are, it's a reasonable response to provide adequate regulation to something that's already going on. And the reality is that we know that it's been sold. A few years ago, $5 million worth of illicit cannabis was found in Sparta through one of these smoke shops. The reality is these smoke shops have actually breezed through the land use process. So after that one got hit for $5 million, it went away and another one came up. Was there a site plan application? No. They breezed through. They didn't have to put in a full application. What this ordinance does is require a cannabis dispensary to go through all the vigorous requirements that a land use applicant has to do. Hearings. I mean, read the ordinance. Look at all those requirements. All these requirements that you see here, not a single smoke shop has to abide by them. So my question to some of the activists here was, where were you when Sparta had it on the referendum? Where were you? Where were you when $5 million worth of illegal pot was seized in Sparta? Where were you to say, I don't want a single one of these smoke shops around here? They are a vehicle for cannabis. You weren't there. It's not until this council has decided to do something about it, to regulate it, to go through all those requirements, that now all of a sudden we hear all these, parade of horribles about it. And people ask, how could you sell, an intoxicating substance so near our children? Well, guess what? We have intoxicating substances sold within 200 feet of schools. An intoxicating substance that is responsible for over 178,000 deaths. We just read it today in the proclamation. And know what we call those? Those places that sell intoxicating substances? We call them bars, we call them restaurants, we call them liquor stores. And so you have to grapple with that reality. And we haven't. What this is grappling with reality that it is sold in this town and that we're trying to do something about it. Instead of sticking our head in the sand and saying, well, you know, there's nothing we could do, we need to stop it. No, the debate about legalization of pot has already happened. And I agree with my Councilman Blumetti, this is a responsible result of that, to try to regulate it. And so that's why there's mandatory ID checks. There's a security plan. There's an agreement to allow the township to audit the books. There's unfettered police access. They can just show up. You don't need that now. If you talk to a zoning officer, they can't just walk in and start, you know, issuing zoning violations to wherever they please. They can't just go onto someone's property and start doing that. With this ordinance, they can. So when I look at this, it's a reasonable response to the reality that we live in. Okay, and so that's why I think this, we can get into, you know, some of the health effects. Again, I think that's basically irrelevant to our purposes because you haven't shown that there's an incremental increase in those health effects by simply adding a dispensary. That is a debate that goes to the legalization, which is a debate that's over in New Jersey. It's happened, right? And there are contrary things that you can look at. For example, now the journal Nature, which I'm sure my friend the doctor would know about, is probably the most esteemed medical journal in the country. And they did a comparative analysis between drugs and alcohol and tobacco, and see which one what posed the most risk based upon, you know, a very detailed analysis that you can only get published in the journal Nature, right? And this is what they said. Currently, the MOA method of exposure results point to risk prioritization towards alcohol and tobacco rather than illicit drugs. The high MOE values of cannabis, which are in a low-risk range, suggest a strict legal regulatory approach rather than the current prohibition approach. So they looked at these on a risk basis and said that prohibition doesn't work. What you want to have is regulation. So that is what we are doing here. What our job is here is to deal in the world that we live in, not in the world that we wish it would be. We can try to pass laws that help, but the reality is we live in a state that has legalized cannabis. And now we live in a town that has done nothing to try to do anything about regulating it. It simply said, well, I just don't want to pay attention to that. So we're paying attention to it. And so we're trying to regulate it. And so to me, it's a reasonable response to that. So I would fully support. So let's stop denying that reality and accept it and do something about it and pass these cannabis ordinance. Thank you.
You know, two wrongs don't make a right. Two wrongs don't make a right here.
And I have, where was the 60, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
where was the 65%, the vote that was taken? Was that to have a store in Sparta?
That was legalization of marijuana.
In Sparta?
It was legalization. So what you would have to show is that 65%, although they approved of the legalization of marijuana, somehow would flip that when it came time to, oh, I want it legalized in the state, but just not available in my town. That seems a stretch. That seems counter, to me, illogical, frankly. And I think that the fact that it passed so overwhelmingly, we had a 70% turnout in that particular in 2020. So you had a huge turnout. So it's not like just a few handful of marijuana supporters showed up and got the thing passed, you had a pretty big turnout.
For Sparta?
Yeah, you had a 72% turnout, I think, in the county, and Sparta was equally high. So the county average was like 66% voted for legalization.
Well, then maybe
And
we should do a referendum to see who wants a pot store in Sparta.
I think that question was answered by the initial survey, and I think it's
What survey?
counterintuitive.
I'm sorry, what
We've
survey?
had a referendum, and all these debates about the health effects, those were debates that should have happened in 2020. They didn't. Or maybe they did, and the
COVID.
people said, okay, we're going to have we're going to legalize cannabis anyway.
I don't think the town people were made aware, and it was in the middle of COVID.
There was no referendum.
No, if you go look at do you want me to, I'll read it to you. Here. Yes, there was a statewide referendum that appeared on everyone's ballot.
That we want,
Statewide. Statewide.
Yeah, and it was on your ballot. When you went into the ballot box as a Sparta voter, that was in front of you, and you had the opportunity to vote yes or no.
Was not only agreeing to legalize, it was also to allow a tax to be put in place to be sold in your municipality and municipality.
that was a
Not in our
presidential
municipality.
election.
Hey, can we not go crosstalk here? So I've said enough on it, so we can,
Anand, is cannabis,
Ma'am,
cannabis sales, are cannabis sales legal in Sparta?
Right at this moment.
Well, no, they're not.
Are they?
Presently, they're not.
They're not.
No.
Jim, why are cannabis sales going on in this town?
Why are they going on?
Well, what's going on?
I can't answer that. This is speculation.
Why not? You're the town manager.
I don't know everything that's going on. I know a lot of things, but not all this.
You know what's going on.
I don't think it's a fair question.
That's not a fair
I
question.
think
He's not
that is a fair
Superman.
question.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, cannabis is illegal, is not legal in Sparta. Two wrongs don't
Cannabis
make a
can't be
right.
sold in
Now,
Sparta.
so
You
if
can
we have
possess it and use
250,
it legally
excuse
in
me,
Sparta.
I'm speaking still, 250
Bring your
feet, let's think about that. So if the PNC Bank goes out, we could put a cannabis store right there. So when I'm watching my 6-year-old play softball across the street, if the game's not going too well, I could just go across the street and get some cannabis, right? Or maybe the 6-year-old wants to watch his dad eat some gummies. Or maybe the dentist building right next to the PNC Bank. That's 250 feet. We can't have this be 250 feet. It's got to be 1,000 feet from the property line. I make the motion that we amend section 23, 1B, section 2i, from 250 feet to 1,000 feet, and change in line 5 from entrance door of the cannabis retailer to property line to property line. And then at the end of the paragraph, put in, this is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of Sparta. That's my motion. Is there a second?
we have a second for Councilman
second?
Scott's motion.
I have a second.
Okay, we need a roll call, right? Because it
Actually,
relates
there
to
could
an
be a
order.
discussion on that.
Oh, you want a discussion on it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
That suggestion would be, would open us up to discriminatory practices because cannabis would be a retail shop and we would be setting separate boundaries for cannabis against any other type of retail business. And not being a lawyer, I'll ask Anand to see if what my interpretation of that is correct.
That's preposterous.
So with a lot of questions in law, the answer is not black and white. It may or may not necessarily subject us to a lawsuit. There are innumerable instances where a plaintiff could make a claim for discriminatory practice. As we know, the alcohol establishments in the state are allowed by law, by statute, to be 250 feet. But in my opinion, not necessarily, but it's not a satisfactory answer maybe that you're looking for, but the short answer is it depends. It depends.
Why wouldn't there be if this was true,
The other-
why
I'm
wouldn't
sorry,
there be
I still
lawsuits
had
all
before.
throughout the United States in those 18 states that I mentioned that pot is legal in? Why wouldn't there be lawsuits about that, about the 250 feet, when 16 of those states have used the 1,000-foot rule?
There have been lawsuits in New Jersey challenging that, and they've won. And part of that is that if you write an ordinance that on paper looks like you're allowing cannabis in certain zones, and then write a restriction such as this 1,000-foot rule that in effect restricts every single property, you've created a sort of a Potemkin village of cannabis shops.
Will the
And-
1,000-foot
and,
rule
I'm
go
sorry,
to
I'm
the
still
mushrooms
talking.
also?
Councilman
The cycles-
Scott, can you please let the gentleman finish?
Never mind.
Thank you.
I'm done. So is that, can you opine on if we create an ordinance that on paper allows cannabis shops in a certain zone, but in practice with the 1,000-foot restriction that was described, effectively eliminating nearly every, or maybe every single lot in that zone? I believe there was a lawsuit that challenged that, and the township lost. Is that correct? Or maybe you're not familiar with that.
I'm not familiar with that law. So what I will say is that the fundamental purpose and duty of any township is to regulate the health, safety, and welfare. I'm not opining on the policy question of 1,000 feet versus 250, but as I sit here, I'm reasonably confident that if this council were to go to 1,000 feet and cite as its reason the health and safety and welfare, I think any challenge based on a discriminatory practice would be overcome by the health and safety reasons for enacting that. And as all of us know, there are municipalities in Sussex County who do use the 1,000 feet for cannabis, and that do use a lesser standard for liquor dispensaries. And whether or not a lawsuit would be challenged in those municipalities is really just a question of if and when. But as I sit here, my opinion would be that going to 1,000 feet would not subject the town, without other factors, to a lawsuit.
I understand. Thanks.
Thank you. But this would be a conditional use, not a retail store. It's a conditional use, correct?
That's correct.
So it wouldn't offend any other retail store.
Well, I mean, the conditional use is more additional, I mean, that actually puts the point that the scrutiny that's going to be applied to these cannabis dispensaries, is going to be a heightened scrutiny. It's not going to get the site plan waiver pass-through that these spoke shops got. And again, any applicant that comes in, if you read the actual ordinance, all that they have to abide by, all the discretion that is at, I think someone brought up about our, what input will the police have. The police have a huge amount of input into this and can tack on additional requirements to the applicant. They're not even in the ordinance. To say, look, when we decide whether to give a letter of support for a particular applicant, council can say, you know what, we'll give a letter of support, but you need to have CCTV cameras. You need to do a whole bunch of other requirements. I've heard of dispensaries where there's an actual police officer in the dispensary the whole time. So, God forbid, a child tries to go in there. Good luck if there's a police officer. And what this does is an actual funding mechanism to pay for it. Instead, we have no funding mechanism for any of the regulations that we want to impose. This is a funding mechanism for that. So, sorry, I wanted you to, if you want to have a comment,
I think
Councilman
we're ready
Blumetti,
to
about
vote, unless
1,000
you're-
foot.
No, no comment.
Okay.
I know you were worried about the 250 feet of the 1,000 feet and that being a potential lawsuit, but according to the New Jersey Cannabis Regulatory Commission, A municipality may enact an ordinance or regulation to A, determine which classes of cannabis business are allowed in their jurisdiction and how many of each class, and B, regulate location and hours of operation for cannabis businesses except for the times of operation of a licensed delivery service. So we can regulate how far it is from a school or a nursery school or playground, right. Local regulations may include requirements that a cannabis business premises be a certain distance from the closest church, synagogue, temple, and other place used exclusively for religious worship, or from the closest school, playground, park, or child daycare facility. There were the words. So, I mean, it looks like we're covered if we went to 1,000 feet.
Okay, we've had sufficient argument on the 1,000-foot versus 250. I will point out that in the statute itself, there is no, the state at the time that it passed the initial state regulation had a bevy of people testify before them, and decided that I don't think they put any such limit, if I'm right about the statute, on the distance between schools. We simply put 250 because, at least in my mind, why are we disparately treating cannabis differently than we do alcohol, particularly when you look at the health effects, right? If you were right, that same person that Councilman Scott talked about who's, was bummed out his kid struck out at at the plate, walks over, well, that same person can walk over to a bar that's very near that same thing and pick up a substance that by far has more health effects and damaging health effects than cannabis. So that's my concern, is that you would get people say, well, why are you disparately treating alcohol to cannabis? What rationale do you have, other than your general ability to do so, to restrict the 1,000-foot? You have to narrowly tailor the ordinance to the specific purpose that you're doing, and you have to have reasons for it. And I just don't see why we should treat alcohol and treat cannabis any differently than we do alcohol. And so that's why I don't think the 1,000-foot. And I think Councilman Chiarello's point that it would be tantamount to not having any type of dispensary given the 1,000-foot. So I think we've debated the point enough. We have it on the table. So it's the motion of men. So why don't we have, I think we've sufficiently debated this. Nothing anyone is going to say in addition to this, I think is going to persuade anyone. So why don't we go to a vote?
With all due respect.
With all due respect, I have one thing to say that is not FDA approved. Alcohol went through a tremendous amount of litigation, FDA approval, before it went from being mixed in people's basement to being sold in the store. Cannabis marijuana could be grown in the basements of any one of these stores, and it's not regulated. It's regulated by the state, it's not regulated by the FDA, and the police are not going to go in and be able to test anything. That's not their job to test any of it, to see how much THC is truly in any of these gummies, any of these, the percentage, it is so much stronger than when we were kids.
We're
It's
debating the 1,000-foot
very,
rule.
very detrimental, very detrimental.
With all
And
due
that's-
respect, Mayor Clark, you told us numerous times, and you've said it to the town numerous times, that you are just a vessel of the people and what the people want. Now, your friend over there, Mr. James, the Democratic operative, he wants the pot, but the rest of the town doesn't want it. The people of Sparta do not want it. The people are calling for 1,000 feet. And it's that the people are calling for 1,000 feet. You have said numerous times that you're a vessel of the people, and I would hope that you will be tonight.
We all are. We all
Well-
are.
Yeah, and my view on that is that the people spoke in 2020.
Not for Sparta.
Not for Sparta.
Sparta voters did.
Not for Sparta.
Not
Then
for
let's do
Sparta.
another
May I please
vote.
vote on the amendment?
Yeah, let's go.
They were
ahead and
thinking
vote
about
for it.
Jersey City, Patterson, Elizabeth, Trenton, Atlantic City, Camden, Newark, Hoboken, Asbury,
Yeah,
Irvine.
I don't agree with your comments around other towns, just for the record.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, I
Those
don't
comments
think,
do not reflect the council.
yeah, I don't share.
I think they're
sentiments
vile and
around
ugly.
Comparisons to other towns.
Then we should do another referendum and
Yeah,
take a vote from Sparta.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second
The
for the
motion.
We had a
amendment.
We need to
motion and a
vote on the
second. Now we
motion.
have a roll call.
This is
for-
on the amendment.
On the
I'm on the
amendment.
amendment,
Yeah.
correct. Councilman Scott,
Yes,
Wait, you're going to,
this is for 1,000
This is
feet.
for the amendment.
this
this
is
is
to
a-
pass the amendment.
To pass
correct?
the amendment for
Correct.
1,000 feet.
No,
Councilman
yeah.
is
Blumetti,
this, I apologize.
So
Is
you're
this to
voting,
pass-
yeah, you're voting on whether or not to amend 2507 to change the buffer to 1,000 feet.
Okay, I'm sorry, thank you for clarifying.
You're welcome.
Councilman Scott,
Yes, to 1,000 feet.
Councilman Blumetti,
No.
Councilman Chiarello,
No.
Deputy Mayor Murphy,
Yes,
Mayor Clark.
No. So the amendment has failed, so now we go to 2507, the full ordinance. So may I have a motion to adopt ordinance 2507?
I move that we adopt ordinance 2507 as introduced.
May I have a second, please?
I will second.
Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call?
Now, can we have some discussion?
No,
Let
we've
us
already
remember,
had-
this will be your legacy.
We've-
This will be your legacy.
We've had a discussion. We did so before the vote. That's what it was for. So now we've moving to the actual vote.
Councilman Scott,
No.
Councilman Blumetti,
Yes.
Councilman Chiarello,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Murphy,
no,
Mayor Clark.
Yes, 2507 has been adopted. All right, we're now
why
up
we're doing
to 2508. So Madam Clerk, could you please read ordinance 2508?
Ordinance adopting a new Chapter 8 entitled Cannabis License Requirements of the Code of the Township of Sparta to add municipal licensure requirements for cannabis facilities.
Okay, thank you. We're now up to public comment related to 2508. And so again, you're allowed to speak as much as you want, but I would hope that, given the hour, that people make new points, not rehash points they already made with respect to 2507.
Rehash. I like it. Come on. All right.
No pun intended.
Pun intended. All right, 2508. So this is about the actual locations. So you've stated a number of things. The left side, yeses, have stated a number of things. And we didn't really have an opportunity to rebut those. But I'd like to address 2508 and in doing so rebut some of those. So Dean, it sounded like you visited 2 locations and you saw what I've seen in most of these, that, the product's well displayed, professional, blah, 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 blah. Do you know anything about inversion?
Probably not.
Okay, so in New York State right now, they're dealing with unofficial pipelines of product being sent into official stores, official dispensaries. So that should be of concern, and this is kind of this whole argument of, yes, like Neil, people have voted for legalization, but I would disagree that they necessarily voted for a dispensary within Sparta. We don't need to dispute that. It's just, there's obviously people have different opinions. But as we frame now going forward, I would just urge you guys to tread carefully and consider that inversion is a thing. It's happening in New York State. And let me just see. Stizzy is one of the giant producers that they're investigating, but they have about 7 other producers. So it's just something that, again, we're not going to have the capacity to deal with that, to check on these things. there was an unfair question that was made, and it relates to these dispensaries. But I still want to bring it up, which is, Mr. Zepp, I'm not going to ask you, Chief, I'm not going to ask you, but since Mr. Mayor kind of said, where was everyone when there was this $5 million bust? Where was everyone when the smoke shops were selling this? Okay, I didn't know about it, but I guess I kind of would like to know, where was Sparta Township? Where were the police? If we know this is going on, and Mr. Zepp maybe doesn't know, and I'm not lodging a complaint, but you've tied, and I think I understand why, but you've tied 2507 to kind of say, all right, here is what it should look like. Here's the legalization method. This is the correct way going forward. And I appreciate that. And we also appreciate it's not going to be perfect, but how do we address going forward? How do we address, if we couldn't address it in years past, how are we going to address the underground sales going forward? We're going to have those measures that are in 2507, but why didn't we address it before? So I'm not concerned about the dispensaries, except for things like conversions. I'm not concerned about mold, yeast, whatever. Any restaurant is going to have product issues, right? I am concerned about the marketing, because to the point about the 250 feet, I disagree. Why are we treating cannabis differently? We can go to 1910, but I could go to 1887 and say the NIH was created in a little one-room laboratory in Staten Island, and the NIH just found there's several studies which document how cannabis is not, this calming drug all the time. To the non-resident's point, I forget his name. It does depend on user, right? So, and I think to Mr. Scott's point, it's user specific. So I think the difference is that when you have a federally regulated substance, and to Margie's point, we're not making moonshine anymore. It had to go through this federal process. Cigarettes, like Dan, I appreciate 1970s, like Marlboro Man, but if you look at a pack of cigarettes now, like, we can't pull that thing and get a pack of cigarettes anywhere now. People can't smoke them in restaurants. They're super expensive. I don't smoke, but they have like diseased lung tissue on the packaging. But cannabis has, gummies and edibles. They're very attractive, colorful. You put them in a pocket, in a parent's pocket, and the kids don't know any better. So I get the arguments, but I just think going forward, we need to look at this presentation better. I don't know how we do that.
I'll quickly address the gummies edibles.
you.
Because this is not, people thinking of it as a product aimed at kids. It's not. If you smoke cannabis, it stinks. So a lot of people choose to eat it instead, or drink cannabis-infused water. It's a lot less smelly that way. What are you going to put cannabis in? Probably convenience food. Go into a convenience store. What do you see? You see brownies and gummies and that kind of stuff. You're not going to sell a cannabis-infused ham sandwich. It's just not going to happen. So that's why people consume the gummies, and they are labeled appropriately.
I know that it's legal in the state of New Jersey, but unfortunately, you're getting your information from Dr. Google, and Dr. Google didn't go to medical school, and Nature is not a refereed medical journal. So your information is incorrect. Just like, we have cell phones, right? And there's cell towers. How many communities didn't want a cell tower in their community and voted against it because of the microwaves, because some people felt that it could cause cancer? And that was done. So I see your idea of this, but you've never treated a patient that's been under cannabis. And I invite you all to come with me down to Newark, and I'll be glad to let you see what you want to happen to our community.
So I'm sorry, what the point of that is. So cannabis used inappropriately is bad. I'm not going to
No,
debate
it's
that.
not just inappropriately. It causes parasympathetic in naive users.
Any dosage?
It depends on the
Certainly
patient's
does.
history.
And you can say the
Okay?
same thing about
And-
alcohol and
No,
tobacco use,
because
right?
all of the research that was done, the THC was about 2%. That's not the case. Edibles have a much higher absorption rate than
Sure.
smoking it.
Absolutely.
Much higher. And hash oil is in the 80s and 90s%, okay?
Right.
So the thing is, your information, don't go to Dr. Google, look at the
I'm not going to
NIH,
Dr.
look at, Nature is not a referee journal.
I'm
Look
not
at the
going to
journals.
Nature. I
All
didn't
I
cite
can
Nature.
tell you is at University Hospital, we have a huge problem. And the problem you see with opioids, the problem with cannabis is going to be even worse.
But how does the cannabis retailer impact this? Is it going to go away if we have no retailers? Like, how does?
No, but
what's
that
the-
doesn't
what's the
mean that you
relationship
have
between
more
what we're doing
retailers.
today and
The cell phone towers, does that make the cell phones go away? Do you
It
see
absolutely does
Milburn
make
and
the
Short
cell phones
Hills
go away.
want a cannabis dispensary? Absolutely not. This is a beautiful community. I've been here 40 years practicing.
In what way would a cannabis retailer make it less beautiful?
What way?
Yes.
Because it's going to be advertised, the kids are going to see it, you're going to have more adults thinking, okay, it's legal, let me try it. You're going to have more issues. I'm just telling you, you're going to have more issues. And in Newark, where there's dozens of dispensaries everywhere, we are currently, when we have the patients come in, we ask them, where do you get your cannabis? Do you know how much THC? They don't. Most of them buy it on the street. Now you say you're going to regulate everything. How come you haven't regulated the smoke shop? Why is a smoke shop selling cannabis? It shows you can't regulate anything. You really can't. Because if you can't show me that you can regulate a smoke shop, how are you going to regulate with this ordinance when more cannabis dispensaries come out? And then I have to deal with these patients when they have to have anesthesia and they have a psychotic break. I'm the one that has to deal with that. You don't have to deal with it. And the poor kid that happens to grab the gummies and you have an issue, start reading what happens to kids' brains using cannabis. You're making it, oh, it's all okay. It's not all okay.
I don't think
All right?
anyone's saying that.
It's not all
Kids
okay.
should drive cars either, but we have regulations to make sure the kids don't drive cars.
I understand, but you're comparing cannabis to alcohol.
Yes, I am.
And you're incorrect. And I'll be glad to give you real journal articles that show that you are incorrect. Now, I did give you some. I hope you read those papers because they're good papers. And there's about 50 references that are in referee journals so that it will correct your misunderstanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I will point out, ma'am, in my paying job, I handle expert work. In fact, I'm dealing with an issue right now about whether a certain treatise would be admissible, right? And one of the standards is it generally accepted? And I can tell you, Nature, you can pull up any court case, and experts have been able to cite that journal. If it is as you described, not a well-respected journal, then it would not have been admitted into court under Federal Rule of Evidence 803-18. So I think your comments about trying to say or to disparage Nature as a lack of, not a respected journal is just incorrect.
No, you're incorrect. You tell me what medical school gives Nature for their doctors to read, okay? I'm there when they do literature reviews. Never seen Nature as one of the New England Journal of Medicine. Yes, I see it, but not Nature. What lawyers do and what they do in courts, that's totally different than medicine.
It's actually not, but
Yeah, lawyers are allowed to lie. That's true.
they are not allowed to lie in court. That would be called perjury.
Joanne Scally, Sparta. I just want to congratulate you, Mayor, on losing all respect from the people of Sparta for your word. You gave your word that you're here for the people. Obviously, you heard from so many people. Obviously, you look on Facebook, you hear from so many people that are against this. It was 2020, saying. But the people in Sparta didn't want it in Sparta. It was COVID time. So I don't know what you're doing. And then another thing, how you said that it's all regulated. And I think Councilman Scott said about cannabis being tested and it's pure, not what they sell in the smoke shops. Just came out in March 2025 in New Jersey that they tested 30% of it came back contaminated. This could kill someone. So we want someone to buy cannabis in Sparta and then have it come, oh, someone died from cannabis in Sparta. I know it could happen anywhere, but it happened in Sparta. Do you want that? And the other thing is anywhere from town, within 10 minutes of driving time, you are at a dispensary. We do not need them. It's not going to make us any money, I believe. Councilman Scott's figures, I even believe it could be lower. So why do we need this? And Reverend Brown's school, the playground, is surrounded by the zone for cannabis. So the kids can be out there playing the playground and seeing people go in and out of a cannabis shop. Not something I want. So shame on you for your word. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're up to what, 25-8?
Yeah, 2508.
Councilman Dan was correct when he mentioned previously on ordinance that the ordinance doesn't take effect until 20 days after. And it was regarding the movies, like you appointed.
21 days, I think. Maybe it's
No, it's 20 days, but you were right, like you guys like appointed people, but then you passed the ordinance and the ordinance only takes effect 20 days later, so you have to redo that thing. So, I mean, that's the law. So regarding 25-8, again, if the people behind me, I'm not in favor, I'm not against your passing the ordinance. I just want to educate the citizens of Sparta. 17 years ago, we were very active. This is a Faulkner Act. You need 5 sponsors, registered voters, that would be called the petitioners, and then you could have anybody go collect the signatures. So if you guys are passionate about this, and yes, even a council member can be a sponsor or actually one of the petitioners. So 5 petitioners, registered voters, you have 20 days, tomorrow's day 1, you have 20 days. I mean, I just feel sorry for Roxanne because I'm enlightening everybody, it's just gonna be more work for her. And to reach out to me, I actually have a website that I haven't done anything with. It was from 2008 to 2012, and it was called spartarecall.blogspot.com. And the email address to get in touch with me is spartarecall@yahoo.com. And I just, I'm willing to show you the direction, to show you how to do it, to answer your questions. You know, like when Jack Castamore, was it Jim Castamore was talking about his Oprah request, the answer was it wasn't vague, it was too broad. It was a broad thing. So, I mean, you guys could have said that. And the town of Sparta, the people behind me don't know how active I am in the state of New Jersey. How many lawsuits, how many recall efforts, how many tax appeals, how many foreclosures I've done, what I know, how many people I sent to jail for corruption, how many recall efforts. So, spartarecall.blogspot.com, spartarecall@yahoo.com. And when I get a chance for the next 5 minutes, I still want to continue with the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
No, we appreciate your
Influence?
instruction on ordinances and your personal accomplishments.
Thank you. Well, I actually didn't tell you my accomplishments.
I heard them.
I didn't get into specifics
That could be later.
of
Yeah,
Passaic County and
I'd like
Bergen
folks
County
to
and
confine
Morris
their
County
comments
and
to the
Essex
substance of
County.
the ordinance, but.
Yeah. Yes. You guys have to do that.
All right, any other public comments on ordinance 2508?
All right, hello again, Eric Aronson again. First of all, 2508, as I said before, I oppose that as well. A couple points of order from things that were previously stated that relate to this ordinance. The 2020 election, Mr. Clark, you spoke heavily about that. The reason there was good voter turnout for that, as everybody recalls, that was a major presidential election between Biden and Trump. It wasn't because of the marijuana statewide referendum, it was because of the presidential election. We all know presidential elections, especially the last 8, 12 years, have got pretty significant voter turnout, whereas the non-presidential election years, quite the opposite. The marijuana referendum statewide that went through at the time, it was statewide to allow legalization within New Jersey for people to possess and use. Had nothing to do with Sparta Township, had nothing to do with sales within Sparta Township. It was just a general general law, constitutional change in the state constitution to legalize possession within New Jersey. That's all it was. So I think you're purposely trying to mislead the audience here. So for that, Mrs. Scott, Mrs. Murphy, Mr. Scott, thank you for being the grown-ups in the room. And calling us that are speaking against it activists. There's only one activist here. We're residents of the township. You work for us. We don't work for you. We're not activists. We deserve better respect than that. Thank you.
So there's a dispensary in
Share your
a
name.
smoke shop.
Sir, can you share your name, please?
John
Part of your
Payne.
name?
What's that?
Okay. Oh, your name?
John Payne.
Okay, thank you.
A little bit of a pain, I hope.
Thank you.
There's already a dispensary, a smoke shop in Sparta that, I don't know what the term is called, with the stickers and basically the gifting, I think it was called, right? The gifting. So how is that not illegal, and how does this ordinance that you just passed and -8 can change anything in terms of, defending the illegal distribution of marijuana in Sparta?
Well, if you look at the actual ordinance,
Yeah.
all the requirements that are there.
Well, why couldn't it have
they have to
been spoken up
abide
before?
by it. So a dispensary would not be able to do what a pot store is doing right now, which is not knowing where it comes from, no inventory checks, no security protocols, none of that. Dispensary has to abide by that, right? And for whatever reason, Sparta made no decision, hasn't regulated it.
But it was illegal,
But,
no?
well, they haven't. They haven't done any regulation related to pot stores. What we do have regulations, which the state has done, is a very vast network and specific on how to regulate cannabis. And we're simply saying, we want that type of regulation here instead of the head in the sand approach of, we won't pay any attention to it and we'll just let it continue to flourish.
Well, it's illegal, no? So it's the head in the sand argument is irrelevant because it's illegal. So why
I
wasn't our
can't
police
tell you why.
officers not taking care of this?
I can't tell you why that has been. That's not, all I am dealing with is a situation where cannabis is legal, right? And I think the point that I was trying to make with respect to the referendum was that the fact that there was a huge election that year means a lot of people had the opportunity to look at that referendum. It wasn't an off year where only 30% vote. So everyone who saw that ballot had the opportunity to say, do you approve amending the Constitution to legalize a controlled form of marijuana, cannabis? And 65% of Spartans said yes. And so I disagree with the statements that say that I'm not doing the will of the people. The will of the people spoke in 2020, and they spoke again when all these pot stores were able to open and no one's tried to stop them. No one came to this town council and said, I want a regulation to stop these.
I think people have come to the town and to the police department with proof of distribution of marijuana in this town through the smoke shops, and it hasn't been addressed. So how does, it's the reason that you passed this was because you couldn't reinforce the current law.
Not necessarily. Well,
Why wasn't it addressed?
I can't address why it hasn't been before. All I'm telling you, I'm dealing with reality right now. And so we are dealing with an unregulated market. I'm trying to regulate it. And part of it is also, I believe in free market capitalism, right? I believe that the marketplace, my hope, and it may prove that I'm wrong, okay, policymakers do things all the time and they may be proven wrong. But my hope is that the legal dispensaries will crowd out and put out of business the illegal ones, right? Because if you want to go to and know what's in the stuff, then you need to go to a dispensary. You get a pot store, you don't know where it's coming from. There's no regulation. Every dispensary has to identify the amount of THC in it, et cetera. They don't have to do that at pot stores. So that, I may be proven wrong about that, and that's okay, but that is where my head is on this. I just think we can't continue to have this kind of head in the sand approach and not try to do something about something that the voters overwhelmingly said they wanted to be legal.
Yeah, but Mr. Scott, as Mr. Scott said, to your point, you might make a mistake. Many towns have, right? They're rescinding the rules around having marijuana in their towns.
And we can do so after 5 years.
But the stores will be here forever.
Stores will be here forever. I just feel
No,
that
you
that
can't.
vote.
They have to have a license every year.
So
you
what
wouldn't-
you've done is you've changed the normalization of the bar of our town around having smoke shops and marijuana distribution within the town. It's moved the bar up, made the town less safe. Congratulations. Thank you.
Non-resident. So just a couple points of contention. Oh, sorry. Wait for the clock to restart. Cool. So a couple points of clarity since it's been back and forth. Firstly, about the gifting. The gifting is confusing. And it's confusing because when the mad dash to actually pass this law happened, what the state did was they wanted to ensure that people who were using marijuana, that were smoking marijuana, that were giving marijuana to other people were not penalized, because what they did at the same time was essentially change the category of the criminality. I don't know if that's probably not the right word, but essentially that's what they did. So they wanted to ensure that if someone gets picked up on the street or in a motor vehicle stop and there's weed sitting in the dash and it's just sitting out, well, again, not a cop. Probable cause, now we can search the car, now we can look into all their background, all these things. That was part of the reason why the gifting, what we call now the gifting loophole, all of us, came to fruition in the first place. It was a way to make sure that people were not criminalized and put into the system for something as small as gifting. So what was done was criminal enterprises, and that's my opinion. I'm in no way saying anyone's a criminal, that's my opinion, because why else would you do it in a shady way unless you wanted to make some money without paying taxes? They started getting certificates of occupancy, opening up these stores, selling on paper, glass, novelties, cigarettes, tobacco, all these things. And then they would essentially, hey, I'm looking for some good stuff. Okay, I'm going to charge you $50 for this pen. You're going to pay $50 for that pen, and I'm going to gift you $50 worth of marijuana. That turned into a multi-million-dollar enterprise all over the state of New Jersey that have been raided, shut down, and raided again. But the police and the state enforcement cannot keep up with the amount because of the loophole, which is why currently, if anybody actually looked into it, there is a law that's being adjudicated under the New Jersey hemp bill that would make CBD, CBG, cannabis, and all of these other products illegal to be sold anywhere except for a dispensary for this exact reason, because gifting has gotten so out of control and they're putting millions of dollars into criminals' hands, avoiding municipal and state taxes, and a litany of other health concerns. Now, the ballot question. The official language of the ballot question per the nj.gov website. This amendment would legalize a controlled form of marijuana called cannabis. Only persons at 21 years of age could use cannabis products legally. Cannabis Regulatory Commission would oversee the new adult cannabis market. This commission was created in 2019 to oversee the state's medical cannabis program. The scope of the commission's new authority would be detailed in laws enacted by the legislature. All retail sales of cannabis products in the new adult cannabis market would be subject to the new state's sales tax. If authorized by the legislature, a municipality may pass a local ordinance to change a local tax on cannabis products and legalization. It was on the ballot. To say it wasn't is ridiculous. To say that the gifters and the police are not doing their job because the gifters are still open is ridiculous. The police do not oversee tax fraud, tax evasion. They do not oversee, like was mentioned, they can't just walk into a store and decide that they're going to take over the inventory for the day and put together a list. The cops can't, but the CRC can, only if the town lets them in the building. I know because I dealt with it in my former town where I lived, which is part of the reason why I moved outside of Newton. because the town was not doing anything about it. And the town was allowing gifters to come in and they were making a killing. And now, because of those gifters all got caught, they can never get a CRC license. They can never obtain any kind of actual license. They can't do business in the state of New Jersey. So all of these fears, while coming from the absolute right place, is simply just not based in the reality of what the CRC allows when it comes to regulation and upkeep. And the police can do their job under this new bill, ordinance, whatever you want to call it, if you guys pass it all. The police will be able to do spot checks. They get a 24-hour surveillance camera. They'll be able to monitor if little Joey wanders in from school a little later than normal and he's got red eyes. You can call the police and you can tell the police that little Johnny came home high and he got it from his buddy at school. Well, who at school bought it? Well, it was the older guy's brother. Well, how old is he? He's 22. We got it all on the camera. So the only way, you're absolutely correct. The only way that you're going to put this down is with a regulated, actual process, unshackling the police, allowing the zoning officers to do their job, and you're going to be putting all of those smoke shops out of business because if you read the ordinance, it literally says whoever put it in there made the absolute right call. It was the same exact process used in Jersey City and in Newark and in Camden, which is making it so that if you're caught gifting, it is done. You're done. You lose your CO, you hit a fine, you possibly even go to jail, depending on whether or not you're working with local or state police. So at the end of the day, everybody's coming from the right place. I get it. You're concerned. But at the end of the day, what you're doing tonight is the only way you're really going to stop this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, it is illegal to sell it in Sparta, period.
As of right now.
As of right now. It is illegal.
Well, no, you're not. If you have a dispensary to sell marijuana without being a dispensary, you
No,
go to jail.
even in a dispensary, it is not legal to sell in Sparta.
You can't have a dispensary because there's no license.
Correct.
Yeah, we're saying the same.
Joan Furman, just following up, the gentleman just read the.
Joan, can I ask you, are you speaking on
I am
behalf?
speaking on
as a
behalf of
private
the.
citizen?
No, on behalf of the planning board. But the gentleman did bring up the question that was on the ballot, but the ballot didn't say anything about 250 feet. And I think if you ask those people, they might give you a different answer if you said 250, 150 feet, 1,000 feet. But I'm here because now, you know, I gave, the planning board suggested 8 different things. 2 of them have been discussed. One is the referendum and the fact that that's not being addressed. That was voted down. And also the 1,000 feet. So other than that, the other 8 points have not been addressed. So I'm very disappointed in that, one of which is, you know, we're asking that the planning board does not say whether in fact they are for it or against it. Not for it, not against it. But we asked for clarification on some of these issues, which make it difficult for us to interpret it. I don't know a lot about this, but I have heard gummies, hemp, CBD, THC, all this stuff, but your definition is still unclear. Yet, we're supposed to interpret it. You didn't address any of those issues before you voted. You said you're so detailed, but you ignored the details that we tried to give you. Mr. Chiarella, you said this discussion started last year at the planning board, and it did. But you came and said, well, what can you find within 500 feet in the town center? And our planner said, nothing. You said, well, how about 400 feet? The planner said, nothing.
Actually, the planner didn't say anything at that point. The planner said, I'll get back to you and then provide.
No, she said for 500 feet that there was nothing because that was the original thing that came up. And then you said, well, can you go back and try 300 feet? Well, I guess you couldn't find 300 feet because now it's 250 and now it's 250 door to door. So I guess the thing is, you know, why couldn't it be 1,000 feet? And nobody ever addressed really why it had to be in the TCC zone. So our questions were not addressed. I am disappointed in that, and I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joan.
Joan, I will say 2 things, just comments on here. Earlier, you mentioned about the example of why couldn't this be in the ED zone. Retail is not allowed in the ED zone, so that would be a much more dramatic change. Retail is allowed in these 2 zones.
But this is not going to be considered retail. It's going to
It is
have to come,
retail.
but you have to change the ordinance for conditional use. So if you're going to change it for conditional use, you have to change the ordinance. So whether you're changing the TCC ordinance or the ED ordinance, it shouldn't make a difference because you're just going to put conditional use into one of them.
But retail is already allowed, and this is a form of retail, correct?
But you still would change an ordinance. So you chose to change it into TCC with 250 feet rather than the recommendation of 1,000 feet where maybe you could go into a different zone.
Perhaps, yeah, miss your view on it. Also, your other items, some of the items that the planning board put in here, some of these are handled by the state law, right? Definition of cannabis, all these other things, and they're also detailed in the ordinance.
I
So-
brought this up at a prior meeting that I didn't think that the definition went far enough. And in fact, it was only the first sentence in the state definition. You did not incorporate the whole definition. The whole definition includes something about hemp. How are we
But
supposed
the-
to interpret it?
I want to finish up as you're out of time, but the state regulates what can be sold at dispensaries. End of story.
Well, can
So we don't
CBD?
have a chance to say what's sold there. That's going to depend on state law.
Where can CBD be sold?
It's
I
in
know you're
products
cutting me
at
off, but
dispensaries.
this is
No, I'm
going
not
to
cutting
come
you off.
back
I'm
to
just
bite
saying that
everybody.
The state regulations dictate a number of answers to what was the planning board put here as questions. And the ingredients, what's allowed to be sold at dispensaries is not up to the council. That's already
Well, not just,
determined. at the
how
state
about
level.
outside dispensaries? If somebody is coming to us and they're saying, we want to sell CBD, we want to do this, we want to do that. Are they allowed to under this?
Right, it's CBD?
Yeah.
I don't know. The planning
I
board's
don't
gonna have-
either.
Yeah.
I don't either,
I mean,
because you're,
CBD is in these products, right?
Yes.
And they're also alone. So yes, this is allowed in dispensaries.
in dispensaries, but how about somebody coming in saying, I just want to sell CBD?
CBD alone?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it's
That's not what this regulation is
Yeah.
about. It's about cannabis, which has a THC. And I think, I do want to point out that, I mean, you've taken kind of great pains to tell us that we haven't considered what is in the memorandum. I think we have, but I will also point out that it would be helpful in future correspondence from the planning board where you make recommendations, there needs to be analysis and tie that to the municipal land use law, why there's things in here that just says signage concerns. Well, and then without addressing that actually ordinance does deal with signage, that the zone itself already has sign requirements. There's also laws and regulations regarding what the dispensary can call itself. It can only state what its name is. It can't do any type of other advertising. And so I think if planning board's going to make a recommendation to the council and they need to have a little more than a page. And it needs to be, why are you making this recommendation? What is the basis of it? What's the analysis of it? What we have here are just sort of bullet points.
Well, we're also asking questions and they're not getting answered. And I'm going to ask one more time. Can a standalone CBD shop be approved? in the
Apparently it has,
TCC zone?
because those smoke shops are selling CBD products. So I think you may want to check with, our office or how they were allowed to do so. But, it's moving in the direction that in anything and that was another issue, which is we're simply changing an ingredient that's already sold. We're taking something that has, you can go to any of these stores and get CBD. What this is simply it has THC in it. And all of a sudden, we're going to put this entirely, new regulatory regime based upon a simple addition of THC in there. That's what we're doing. So we're treating these a lot differently and a lot more scrutiny than cannabinoid products. The products
No,
that
I
do not have
understand that, but-
THC in it. So that may be something that, the planning board may want to address that in part of their master plan. How do I want to regulate, cannabinoid businesses that don't sell products that have THC in that? That's something that is probably appropriate for the master plan review committee.
Well, we thought this would be appropriate for the master plan as well.
Okay, any other public comments on 2508?
Hi,
Hi.
I still live on North Shore. Quick question. We kept hearing alcohol, liquor stores, and all that stuff. Can you guys tell me which liquor store is within 250 feet of a school in Sparta? Am
I haven't
correct?
measured it, but Burke's Liquor is pretty darn close to.
It's not 250 feet. I've been here 46 years now. You know that I know a lot of the distances, 250 feet will not get you into the middle of Ungerman, even if you're walking. Forget driving, it's not 250 feet. The liquor factory is is on 181. If you are walking, you go from the liquor factory to Dr. Lewis's office or PNC, depending on which way you go. Then you have to cross over 613, which goes into the plaza. The ball field, where the 6-year-old's dad is pissed off at the ref, is more than 250 feet itself. So I can tell you right now, Mohawk Avenue is not 250 feet from Burke's. It's not 250 feet from the liquor factory. White Deer Liquors, which has been here longer than I think everybody except for maybe Margie, because her uncle built Lake Mohawk or something. I don't know, Margie. I'm off on your time frame, but you're here longer than me. White Deer Liquors is more than 250 feet from Mohawk Avenue. If you want to spread out a little bit, there is nothing by the middle school except for all of the traffic accidents coming off of West Mountain Road. Same with the high school. There are no liquor stores within 250 feet of any of the Sparta schools. So I'd really like to know why. If you want to go the lawsuit discrimination route that Dan brought up, why are the liquor stores being discriminated against? Why are these proposed businesses allowed to do 250 feet when the liquor stores aren't? Does that mean that we can go ahead and do the liquor stores? My other question is,
Maybe that the liquor stores are allowed, they're just not there.
right, so
Correct.
maybe we can go ahead and put them in there, but either way, when you drive from Andover past towards Reverend Brown, there's a big white sign that says, "No drugs in a drug-free school zone." Don't you think it's a little bit hypocritical that we now have an ordinance that says, hey, you can buy all of these drugs, all these mind-altering drugs within 250 feet of a school zone, but you're not allowed to possess them? I went to school here. I remember the drug-sniffing dogs being brought into the hallway of my high school my senior year and going right to a locker. So it seems a little odd that that's enforceable and we can't have them in that distance, but we can go ahead and buy them. My other question is, in 2508, it says hours of operation. No retailer may serve customers or be open to customers for business before 9 a.m. or after 9 p.m. What are the hours for the liquor stores? Are they allowed to open at 9 a.m.? Are the restaurants allowed to serve alcohol before 9 a.m.? We kept hearing alcohol, liquor stores. If in here, under section, as it's page 6, it says 9 a.m. Why, if we have to have all of these dispensaries open and do all of this other stuff, why can't the liquor stores be open at 9 o'clock? If alcohol is a gateway drug and they can't do XYZ, let's have it equal so that the town doesn't get sued. 9 o'clock for the liquor stores and the bars. Or we do this for when the restaurants are allowed to serve alcohol. Keep it equal. We don't want to get sued by Randy Burke, who I think may have been here longer than Margie, but I'm not sure. I can ask him. I drive by his house on the way home. I'll ask him what his thoughts are. We can go to White Deer. We can go to Liquor Factory. Ask them how they feel about 9 a.m. Let's keep it equal. You guys don't want to get sued because the cannabis can't be within 1,000 feet. Like they get their 250 feet. Alcohol can do 250 feet, and alcohol can be at 9 a.m. if they want to. Keep it equal. Let's go through this
And
page by
Sundays.
page.
And Sundays.
And Sundays. Let's
Yeah.
keep it all equal, guys.
Yeah.
Can't have it both ways.
Would you allow dispensaries to sell at 1:30 a.m., which are,
I'm in bed and I'm not buying it, so, and actually, I don't know of any of the liquor stores that are open at
well,
1:30 in the
we have-
morning.
We have what's called consumption lounges for alcohol. They're, restaurants and bars, and they're able to stay open till 2 a.m. and dispense that intoxicating substance. So I think that you'd have
If
to
it keeps
grapple
it
with
equal,
that.
Neil.
Beyond ridiculous.
Well, since I'm not buying anything at 9 a.m. because I'm at work.
Yeah, so why don't we,
But great, let's keep it all legal. Let's do it for the bars too.
yeah, we're out of time, but I will,
He doesn't live here, but anyway.
I get people, no.
Guys, hang on, come on.
Come on, you're not part of the joke.
Listen, yeah, we need to get moving with this. I will point out that I get people going to the worst-case scenario, which is, oh, that means we're gonna get an applicant that's gonna definitely be within 250 feet. This has to go through an entire land use application, and I think one of the factors that could be applied was, where do you want to put this? And
Definitely
the
not in
town
Sparta.
council, when they do their letter of support, is more than likely going to put a factor on the scale that how far are they, even though they're within the legally they could be within 250, the business who is applying for it says, we're actually 900 feet. That's going to be a factor that this council can weigh in whether to give a letter of support for that application. So it's not like everyone's going to come in and the first thing they're going to look for is, how close can I get to that school? Because they know if they come do that, they're going to have a very difficult time before the planning board. Whereas someone who says, you know what, I'm actually 950 feet away.
950 is very
So,
different from 250.
The fact that we give 250 doesn't mean you're going to get one that's going to be 250 feet.
Okay, let's go back to, let's stick
Well,
to.
I don't think, yeah,
No, wait,
we're
let's-
out of time.
But I
It's
kept
already
getting, Neil,
10:20 and
I kept getting interrupted, so hang on. Yeah, I still didn't get an answer. Let's stick to the ordinance that we were discussing, okay, which is 25.8 hours of operation. I think you're gonna have to revisit that. Because, again, even if the liquor factory, as pointed out by non-resident, is 9 a.m., we still don't have the bars, right?
Yeah.
You gotta keep the alcohol, and we have to go from there. I really think, again, you're rushing everything. And then if you go to security measures, I did my own little digging. There was a very big issue with legal dispensaries and not checking in security. There were a lot of busts, and they found that a lot of them weren't actually doing what they were supposed to be doing. It was on, I think it was from NBC maybe a month ago, so I think that's something you're gonna have to factor in as well.
Okay.
And I still didn't get answers about the direct access with the plaza, and does Winona Parkway count as direct access?
It would not. I mean, one, I think the fear about it showing up in White Deer Plaza, they would never get over the 250 feet from a residential property. There's residential properties all over White Lake Plaza, right? They're above the Lake House Cafe. So the idea that there would be a dispensary in White Deer Plaza, I don't see how that happens.
150 feet is across the street at St.
I think we
Moritz.
just need to be mindful
Yeah.
of
Say
the
anything
time.
about residential.
Yeah, yeah, so we're gonna
pointing that out.
move on. If there's any additional
Q&A.
person who wants to have a public comment, please do. Otherwise, we're gonna move.
Might be time to take a
to
break
the-
too soon.
Yeah.
Jenny Derricks, Tap into Sparta. Can you tell me what is the consequences if Sparta does withdraw? What happens to the people that have already been approved? You mentioned a moment ago that a license has to be renewed every year. Does that preclude someone from does the fact that the township has possibly withdrawn, say, in 5 years, and somebody is running a business and they have to come back and get renewed, you're allowed to say no to them? Or maybe this is a question for the attorney.
Yeah, my understanding is that this ordinance would, we can revisit it after 5 years, but every applicant has to go through a yearly renewal process. So for example, if there is a dispensary that has been violating various, our regulations, our ordinances, we simply say, we're not renewing your license, and we'd be well within our grounds to do so. Now, whether
Not the
another one
question.
would
The
come
question
around and
is
fill
if
their place, I don't know.
The question is if the township has withdrawn from the program, and now we have an operating business, and that person hasn't violated any rules as were in existence when it was legal. It then becomes illegal because we've withdrawn, we've opted out. Does that store still get to stay open? Does that person get renewed if the new ordinances in town no longer reflect cannabis as being legal in Sparta? What happens to that license?
I mean, that's a very detailed legal question.
Not
that
really. It's
Not
pretty
really.
broad.
Well, no, well, here, for example, we have 5 years, and so the way you would do it, you would probably time it with the actual.
So instead of guessing, can we
renewal.
ask the attorney? Mr. Dash, do you have an opinion about that?
So I think it presents a challenge. If it was solely a land use ordinance, the use that's in place when it's lawfully there and then we revoke this regulatory framework, that use becomes a pre-existing law, pre-existing non-conforming use.
Okay.
The challenge that we would face is that we then have the licensing aspects under 2508. And we would have to reconcile the land use component, which is a pre-existing non-conforming use, and allow it to continue in perpetuity with the licensing components. I don't have a perfect answer.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the input. So what happens then when we have 2 potential licenses? One is for anybody, one is for protected classes or whatever the correct nomenclature is for that. What happens if there's more than one applicant and somebody goes to the state? We've got 3 people now who want to come in. Who decides? How does that discernment happen? Secondly, if there are people that apply and get approved by the state and Sparta doesn't really want these folks in Sparta, can you say no once they have a license from the state? Because one of the conditions for one of the marginalized marginalized groups of people is that they have a record, a criminal record regarding cannabis, whether it's active or expunged. If we're presented with, does this township have a say in who gets? You've said in the past Sparta gets to say yes or no to somebody, but is that true? If there's only one person for each license, do we get to say no? If there's more than one, then who decides who gets the license?
As I understand it, the second applicant, whether that applicant is a drug felon, they would get the nod over a non-felon.
Someone from a protected class has
Correct.
more sway.
Correct.
Okay.
So we're not talking about protected classes here, right? So the second one goes to, it's a women-owned business? That's not-
Women,
that's not a-
veterans, and disabled
Yeah,
people,
so
but,
women-
no,
the-
but I'm
The words you're
talking,
using are a little bit disparaging. We're saying a women-owned or a veteran-owned or a disadvantaged business or
no, I'm
minority-owned.
talking about the overall, at the state level, the application process does give deference, if you'd rather me
So
say
they might
it
get
that way.
accelerated at the state level, it doesn't mean that they're
That's my,
accelerated through our level.
but that's my question. If they've been accelerated at the state level for items such as a conviction, does Sparta get the right to say no?
It depends when they apply to Sparta. There's a whole process laid out about how they come into the
Say
town.
they're the only people, and we know that they've,
Well, if they're the only people and they have a state license and they qualify and check all the boxes, then what right do we have to say no?
that's my
Is that what you're
question.
asking?
Yep.
Can we set our own parameters?
Well, there'll be a ton of other factors about whether we give approval. That's a more, going to happen at sort of the planning board level, or even when we do our letter of support, to engage in these kind of hypotheticals that without the actual full record before us. But I will say, in the event there are multiple applicants, right, the statute, or the ordinance deals with that under E3, there it is, sorry, 4C, 1 and 2 deal with the issue of where you get multiple people applying. And I will commend, I think this was Councilman Blumetti's, input into this, which will detail what factors we can consider where you have multiple applicants. Some of it has to do with their experience in the industry, also their qualification related to public safety and security, including any of the applicants' owners or principals' experience in law enforcement and drug enforcement, and a summary of applicants' plans for storage of products and currency, disposal of waste, plans for odor control, et cetera. So where we have multiple applicants, there is discretion there. Now, I know you've raised the issue of, well, what if there's only one, right? There's only one and they got through the state. Again, we have to remember, they have a whole state vetting process before they come to us. You can't come to us before you've gotten approval from the state. So we can't just, someone says, well, I want to open a cannabis dispensary, but I don't have my license yet. And I'm one of these, a veteran or
No, I
someone else.
acknowledge that. That's why I was asking the question, because there is deference for different types of people with different backgrounds. That is recognized at the state level first.
And
That
I will
was
say
why I
that's
was
not one of
asking.
the factors we consider in multiple applications, whether you're a member of that, we'll just call it
Or a
protected
single,
class.
so even if a single person comes in with a record, but they have a known record, but they also have a license, they get to come in?
Well, if they can meet the requirements of, put a lot of strict requirements in here, and they're here and they're not doing anything against the law, then.
I'm just asking for
Yeah,
clarification.
Yeah, I'm just saying why, if they step over the line, and we have lots of things in here to go after them, if they are abiding by it and sticking to the rules and everything's in line, then, they'll be looked at, but I don't know how we would.
I was just asking,
Yeah.
basically, what are what criteria, because this has bitten us before in other areas, what criteria do you have to say yes or no to somebody? And are you confident that you can get what you want here under these rules, where that's not always been the case? And we've heard before, well, let's wait till it comes to us. Doesn't always work out that way.
Anand, isn't it true that at the state level, if the second applicant is a convicted felon, drug felon, that person would get deference if over, let's say, Dean Blumetti, who has a clean record?
Right, so that's the state application, and I think the questions were good, which in the sense that subsection K says each complete application will be considered by the governing body at a publicly noticed meeting, and then there will be a resolution approving or disapproving the complete license application. I think the question is, well, what are the standards that the governing body would use, separate and apart from the state, to decide whether to pass a resolution?
So if we turn down the felon, would we get sued?
I mean, again, I know there's, I know there's a lot of questions that surround whether we get sued or not, but I don't know if that's necessarily the question.
Well, earlier in the evening, everybody was so clear on it. That's why I just thought.
Yeah.
Any other, I'm sorry. to cut
No,
you
go
off.
ahead.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public want to be heard on 2508? Otherwise, we'll move to a roll call unless. Okay.
Councilman Scott.
Are we voting on
Sorry,
this?
I
Was
think we
there
have a,
motion
did we
on
take a
it?
We had a
motion in a
motion to-
second?
There's no motion,
Oh, sorry, I
right?
apologize.
I'd like to
It's
make a
late.
motion that we add in section,
First, you have to
on
introduce
section, on page 3, under section C, little 2I, that all applicants must be free of any misdemeanors or felonies with relationship to any drug, alcohol, marijuana, or any other previously controlled or currently controlled substance.
Okay, we have a motion to amend section E
That would be 4,
for,
4C,
yeah.
2i.
so the motion before the count is to amend E4C for, as stated by Councilman Scott. So that's, we have a motion, we need a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a roll call, please.
Councilman Scott.
Yes.
Councilman Blumetti.
No.
Councilman Chiarello.
No,
Deputy Mayor Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
No, because I think it would violate the state statute that does allow that to be in consideration, so, no.
Need a motion to adopt.
I make a motion to adopt ordinance 2508 as introduced.
No,
Excuse me, I
I
have
also have I'd like to make another motion.
But you can make a motion after we've put it to the table, both to the dais. And so there's a motion made on the table to adopt it. I need a second, and then you can make your motion to amend it.
I will second.
Okay, now you can make your motion to amend it.
I make a motion to amend on page 8, on page 6, under S, hours of operation. No cannabis retailer may serve customers or be open to customers before 12 noon, nor may any cannabis business serve customers or remain open for business after 9 p.m., and that cannabis will not be allowed to be sold on Sundays.
Okay, we have a motion to amend, I guess it's probably S. Do we have a second?
Yes, I will second it.
Okay.
Councilman Scott,
Yes.
Councilman Blumetti,
No.
Councilman Chiarello,
No,
Deputy Mayor Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
For the reasons stated about the disparate treatment between alcohol and cannabis, no.
Okay.
So we have a motion on, oh, sorry, did you have something?
We need a, well, I think we had a motion for the adopt, we needed a second.
A
Did you
second.
second?
Second, yeah.
Okay. So
Seconded.
now we're up to the adoption of 2508.
Now I have
You have another motion?
I have another motion.
Okay.
I want to, or maybe a clarification, on the security measures on T, in number 3, would the cameras and the link go directly to the police station?
No.
And can it be?
That's something that you could,
Can we put
could
that in there,
consider.
that it would go to the police station?
So are you suggesting a live
Live
feed?
feed?
that someone
Yeah,
has to
this is what you
monitor?
guys were promising us earlier in the discussion over the past year. You were telling us about this live feed and how this is going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread.
Would that
So
be
here it is.
possible, Chief? Or would that be up to them? Would that be possible?
That's up to your governing body here.
I would like to make a motion to have a live feed go right into the police department.
Need a second?
I second it for the reason of health, safety, and welfare of our public.
okay, we have a motion to amend Section T of the ordinance to require a live feed into the police station of for the applicant.
Councilman Scott,
Yes.
Councilman Blumetti,
No.
Councilman Chiarello,
no,
Deputy Mayor Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
No, but I will say at the applicant stage, at the planning board, that should be something that should be considered and weigh in favor of an applicant who's willing to allow this.
Well, it says it's agreed upon with chief of police, the compliance and any security measures.
already voted.
Hmm?
We already voted.
Excuse me?
We voted
Already voted, I'm
I
saying.
know, but
yeah,
I'm making a comment.
Because we already, okay.
The mayor made a comment. She's allowed to make a comment.
Okay, 2508 has been adopted. We're now up to 2509.
No.
I don't think we voted to adopt the ordinance yet.
Oh, sorry, all right. It's a lot. May I have a motion to adopt ordinance 2509?
Oh, wait.
No,
Oh, wait,
08, we're
sorry.
still in
We
08.
have it on the table already, right? A
They
motion and a
already
So
second.
we've already
That's what
motioned
I
a
was
second,
doing.
we just need to make the roll call vote.
Okay.
for 20.
Councilman Scott,
No.
Councilman Blumetti,
Yes.
Councilman Chiarello,
Yes,
Deputy Mayor Murphy,
No.
Mayor Clark.
Yes. 2508 has been adopted. We're now,
a motion that we approve ordinance 2509. Well, actually, first, you have to read it first into the record, sorry.
Yes.
Ordinance amending Chapter 2, Article 18, entitled Taxation and Revenue of the Code of the Township of Sparta to add new section 2-62, setting forth a cannabis tax.
I make a motion that we adopt ordinance 2509 as introduced.
I second.
I think I don't want to bypass public comment, so I think I'll let public comment go. They do have a right under each particular ordinance to do public comment, so.
Rob O. Sorry, I keep hammering this stuff. 2509, so for the taxation revenue, obviously, this is the whole point of this, right? Ratables? So we're all clear on that.
No, that's
And-
not true. This is not about the,
All right, I'm just, fine, whatever it is. I don't want to eat up time defending. So, guardrails, whatever. but the intent is to develop infrastructure so that people can safely obtain what they're already obtaining in town, and the town gets a little piece of the pie.
The tax we're collecting, just to be clear, is for our oversight of this, our inspections and regulations, right?
Okay.
It's not just free
Oh,
money.
I thought it was a rateable, a positive rateable.
Well,
No, I never
This is
said
just
that,
a break
no.
even?
It's not a break even. There's a reason we
It's
collect
just a
taxes.
break
We're not
even?
a
You guys said it
for-profit
was a
business.
positive rateable.
We collect
With-
money
Money
for
was gonna be
oversight.
flowing into
Let-
the
Can
town?
we, I think we're interrupting
I'm
a
just trying,
Sparta
no, I'm
resident.
just trying to
Let him-
like
yeah.
move it along. So no, I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor. So I want to be clear about that because we all understand what it's for. It's meant to cover the costs. It's meant to, ensure that all the checks and balances are in place. But I'm sure you've thought about this, but just in case you haven't, because I know some of you are kind of coming into this really hopeful. If you drive up the taxes too high, then you're going to obviously disincentivize a portion of your legal buyers who are gonna maybe be more comfortable going to their dealers that they've been going to for 30 years. They might trust that product more because we've seen some of these things, inversions, contamination, questionable state labs. I don't have a solution here, but I just want you guys to, as you're framing this, to be aware that it's great that you're collecting taxes and it's great that you're putting together stuff. My concern with all of this is I agree that, you need to be thinking about this and you need to have something. But I also think that you guys need to be addressing the illicit sales because, the other questions with this, and this, I'm not trying to go to 2508 because we've already done that, but when you get these people, whoever they may be, that score these licenses to operate within Sparta, I would question, are those people that were previously involved in the gifting thing? There's an argument for, which is they know the lay of the land, so they're your best candidates for that. But there's an argument against, which is they've been abusing the system, or maybe the system is established. And so you don't want that. But in either scenario, you're going to have people, no matter what, the market is going to have an underground that is going to need to make up margin that is now taken up by the people that are operating out in the open. It's also going to be selling to the people that do not want to pay whatever additional taxes you've put on this because they don't think it's worth it. So again, my concern is that when you're doing all this stuff, be looking at that underground stuff because that is going to change. And I don't know, it's tricky because you're going to collect taxes, as Dan's saying, to cover all the costs of the above board businesses. But where is the money going to come for the businesses that are not being regulated? So I'm not saying that it's all going to fail, and I'm not saying that we don't need something in place. But I wish that you guys would have addressed the sales previously. I don't think anyone's worried that little Jimmy 6-year-old's going into a dispensary. That's never going to happen. That's not the point. It's just like so many of these things where what are the offsite effects? Well, we can't regulate that. Obviously, I get it. And then to the it's sugar, it's alcohol, whatever. Yeah, that's up to the households to regulate that. So I don't know, you guys. I'm not saying you've opened up Pandora's box, but I just hope that you give it a little bit more thought, consult the experts, and really do consider that 1,000 foot. I heard I don't even understand how this letter of referral from town council is going to go as far as if I wanted to open up a shop and I was at 250 feet, I'd say, why does this person has 990 feet? Why does he get preference over me? I'm coming in according to the way it's written, but if you had put it at 1,000, it would be conditioned, and then you could dial it back down and get closer and just say, well, we've conditioned it, it calls for 1,000. But, all right.
Thank you, Rob.
Excellent segue.
Oh.
No. That's a valid point.
Just say why you're here.
Yeah.
Sure, I'm
yes.
interested and I want to give Sparta my tax dollars. Because I
Why?
want to buy closer to town. I want to buy closer to my home.
Excuse me, we don't question
Also,
people
yeah,
speaking
that's not
public.
for
It's-
you.
It's kind of
So,
inappropriate. Yeah.
So
We don't
I have,
question- yeah.
I appreciate it, but I have no problem asking.
What I would recommend to the
so
public is
actually-
that they focus on the substance of
okay.
someone's argument and not the ad hominem attacks about where they come from. And I
I've already
know,
been attacked by a
Mr.
member of the
Sanderson, I know
council.
It's used to it. But if that's what you're resorting to as an effective argument, you've already lost. So I think you should focus on the substance of the argument and not disparage where someone comes from.
Whoever paused that, thank you.
So-
No, you're fine. Sorry. So we'll start with Chair of the Planning Board, Joan Furman's question regarding the CBD. The CBD, as per September 12, 2024, per Governor Murphy's signature after it made its way through legislation, makes it illegal for anything with any trace amount, regardless of the amount, any percentage of THC to be sold anywhere outside of a dispensary. So CBD, as per this law, would be considered not able to be sold at a gas station like it currently is, at a smoke shop like it currently is, or any other place other than a regulated, licensed, and approved dispensary. So with that being said, this law, however, caveat, this law is currently being adjudicated. It's currently in court, and they're currently fighting over it whether or not, because a bunch of people got together, paid lobbyists and attorneys, and they decided to sue. Guess who those people were? The gifters, who have been making all this money off of the illicit revenue stream that was created by the first gifting law. So this is for the tax ordinance. I'm getting to the taxes right now. So I'll answer that in a minute. So gifters, pardon me. I know this is live stream, right? So important point, you're going to need to know that as the planning board chair. Once that law is finalized, then you'll have the definition automatically updated in the New Jersey legislation in regards to the CRC and the definition of cannabis. Number two, the felon question. The felon question only comes into play with the CRC. After the CRC gives out a license, the town, the council, everyone up there is the sole final firewall, if you want to call that, of who gets a license. So if I walk into this town hall with all of my money and all of my stuff and I say, I want to be a licensed cannabis retail person, and I'm guilty of a felony of a million other things or any one of them that isn't related to cannabis, then that is not the same prerequisite. The prerequisite is for people who were affected by the war on drugs, people who were affected and given felonies based on the war on drugs. So people who were arrested for marijuana-related crimes. No, I'm talking to them. I'm talking to the council. No, I'm looking to everybody. I hate having my back to a crowd. But anyway, so the township council has essentially the final call. The final call comes from you guys. So if you guys don't want to give somebody a license because you don't like the color of their shirt, so you refuse to give them the vote of resolution of support, that's your call. What happens after that in the courts? Different story. But you guys have the final call. Then it goes to the planning board. And then the planning board also gets a crack at it. So essentially, those are the two very important parts that I wanted to clarify. I also wanted to say that you're on the planning board too, Mr. O? He's a smart guy. He knows what he's talking about. So, he brought up a really good point about opening the Pandora's box and how are we going to regulate and take care of the underground market if we can't take care of the above ground market. Valid point. The only way you're going to be able to do that is by passing regulation to actually put in place, like I've said all night, actual consequence for their actions. Currently, there are none. And the new law, the hemp law, the NJ hemp bill, whatever its legal name in the legislature is, automatically takes care of all of that, which you guys as the council will be required to follow. You cannot decide that you don't want to take care of one part of the hemp bill or the NJ Cannabis Regulatory Commission's rules simply because you don't like it. You must. So the minute that changes and that definition becomes legal, after the judge and the New Jersey Supreme Court or whatever decides that they're going to go ahead and follow the governor and the legislature's decision, which is going to happen, in my opinion, no expert legally, then you're going to end up having an automatic definition change. So at the end of the day, the question of how do we take care of the stuff we can't regulate, he's 100% right, we can't do that. But what we can do is we can put rules into place, making it, literally making the drug dealers again, for lack of a better phrase. Because right now, they're gifters, and they're making a lot of money. The only way you're going to be able to make them drug dealers again is by putting regulation and essentially making it difficult for them to do anything other than follow the laws. And the minute they don't, that's between him and the courts. Thank you.
Well, then maybe we should just make it for medical purposes only.
10 seconds.
No.
Totally separate thing. very difficult to get into, and the township, no expert, I think the township has to get involved with liability somehow.
How close do you live to Sparta?
I'm in Wantage, but I've been looking on Lake
Okay.
Mohawk.
White. You can stay.
Joanne Scally, Sparta. I have a question for you, Mayor. In the past, you stated that there would be live streamed and that the police could be watching, and if someone, this is your words, comes in with a Sparta football jacket on, that the police could be right down there. Now, why did you flip-flop when you were all for a live stream? Why did you flip-flop and vote no to Mr.
That's still something that we can allow, that we can require of an applicant. It doesn't have to be in the ordinance. We can still require it and give preference to
Be in
when
the
it does.
ordinance to
So
make it
And
stronger.
that has been done. In my understanding, there are feeds in other dispensaries. And so although it doesn't make its way in the ordinance, it's something that we can, when the application becomes before it. And so it's more
It will
deal with
never
that
get
at the
in
time of
there.
the application.
If you said no now, we'll never get in there, let's be honest. And another question, I heard someone mention about delivery. Is this going to be allowed to have deliveries in Sparta?
That's a class 6 license, so that this only allows retail.
But there is delivery in here.
Yeah.
Delivery is legal today regardless of what we do.
Why?
So
asking?
now is there going to be a guard with that delivery driver, or someone be able to mug that delivery driver? How is it going to be regulated? If a kid's there is 18 and he has someone else's 21-year-old license, what
That
happens?
happens today. I mean, the business is not a delivery business, but deliveries are allowed to residents anywhere in New Jersey.
And that's scary.
With cannabis?
That's the
Very
state law.
scary
That's the state law.
cannabis.
Yeah.
Doesn't
They can
mean
get
we have
robbed.
to
Pizza guys
adopt
get
it.
You
robbed.
already have. So
Pizza
there
guys
is-
get robbed all the time. So you know that cannabis drivers are going to get robbed unless they're driving a armored truck with a police escort or armed guard. This is silly. This is very silly.
This
It should
does not
be allowed.
authorize that. That's a state law already.
I know the state law, so why are we allowing this? Why are you voting for this?
This is not addressing delivery businesses. This is only retail.
And
This is- if you're a
retail has
standalone-
delivery.
If you're a standalone delivery business, that's not what this is.
But are they going to be allowed, is it in the law that they can deliver? That's my question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and then the answer is yes, that is crazy. Anyone, it happens all the time that delivery drivers get robbed. So they get robbed and then kids get a hold of it, they bring it to a party with all these gummies, and then we have a dead child in our hands. Shame on you guys.
Well, I do want to point out, what you asked was, are we allowing a delivery license? No, we're not. That's
No, I'm
not-
asking you if
No,
it's allowed to
no,
deliver
just-
under
Can you
this.
please let me finish and I can explain to you? So there's an ordinance in Sparta that they passed 2110, and this was after the legalization. And they prohibited cannabis, but there's a carve-out, and I'll read that to you. And the carve-out deals with that. It says it's paragraph 2, prohibited uses of the Sparta Township Municipal Code is hereby amended by adding to the list of prohibited uses all classes of cannabis establishments or cannabis distributors or cannabis delivery services as terms are defined in the law, but not the delivery of cannabis items and related supplies by a delivery service. So what that means is there was already in Sparta delivery of cannabis coming into Sparta. That's happening, and that wasn't even prohibited by this, by the ordinance. What we are not allowing the actual distributor to do the distribution, because that would be a separate Class 6 license. That's not something that's before us. But there is delivery already happening, and it's happening because back in for this ordinance 2110 allowed it. So there's already delivery happening.
Okay, then how about underneath, under 23, 1A, it says retail, number of retail businesses and cannabis delivery service licenses. There should be a maximum of 2 total cannabis retailers within Sparta Township. So it's right here in your ordinance, cannabis delivery service license. I think that is horrendous, it's terrible, and if it's New Jersey law, you can't go against that if you want to have licenses. This is wrong. Delivery drivers are robbed every single day around New Jersey. So it's going to pick up. If they have delivery drivers going anywhere in Sparta, it could be robbed, and then it could end up at a teenage party. And then will you be responsible for overdose or death of a young child? This is crazy. You should rewrite that, take that out. This is wrong. It is. I have no words for that. It's so horrendous. Thank you.
Thank you.
2509, right? Tax rate, ordinance. I'm okay with you guys raising tax money on this. I'm not okay with you raising money on the waters. The township, the residents are quiet. They're unaware that you just passed an ordinance where every quarter there's a $20 capital improvement. That's $80 for the year. For water customers, there's about 6,600 customers in Sparta that are water customers. So you're raising about $520,000. They're a little bit over $500,000. So you passed that ordinance, raise taxes. Then the other ordinance, you passed the garbage ordinance. You raised it to $115. So, you know, again, when I was talking to you about that petition that we did, back then we said like, oh, garbage was $240 and we said it's gonna double. So from $240, $60, it went to $375, then it went to
We're talking about
$100.
ordinance 2508, not the garbage.
No, 2509.
2509.
Yeah, I'm talking about taxes and raising.
Well, those aren't
passing-
taxes, those are utility fees.
Right. So you're
And it's
passing.
not 2509.
Right, you're passing in your utilities ways of raising money. And in the water utility, you increased it by $80 a year, $20 each quarter for capital improvement. And on the garbage, again, another utility, you raised it $15 a quarter, another $60 a year for 7,000 line items. So that's another 400,000. And I'm upset also that I'm not okay with you raising the cap from 2% to 3.5%. So you're raising a lot of money, and I know where the money's going too. But you're raising, you know, so I'm very happy that you're raising taxes on this ordinance, but I would try, I'm not happy that you're raising money on utility, the water utility, and the garbage. So now it's at $460 a year. And if you're late, it's a 10% late fee too. So we basically doubled the garbage fee from $240 to $460 in 17 years. And there's a reason why the state gave the cap of 2%. And I saw you on YouTube, and it's like, this is this if we need
can
the
move this
money.
along, how can you know, I'm gonna do to you what judges do to me all the
What,
time.
you're gonna interrupt me?
No, I'm gonna tell you to tie it to the ordinance. So it's.
No, so I'm tying it
You
to.
gotta land this plane,
Listen, your
sir. It's
friend
11
over there,
o'clock.
listen,
So
your friend
let's
over
land this plane and
your friend
tie
over
your
there
argument
was
to
talking about
2509.
2508, and there was nothing about taxes. He didn't mention the word tax at all. So at least I'm talking about taxes. No, I'm talking about him. See, he knows who he is. So those are my three comments regarding ordinances or utilities that you're raising more money, and where is this money going?
Thank you.
That wasn't a question.
Okay, thank you.
Right, any other member of the public on 2509? Okay, seeing none, may I have a motion to adopt 2509?
I have a.
We've already made a motion and seconded it.
Oh, you did?
I did
Okay,
a
I'm
little bit out
sorry.
of turn.
That
I
happened early
apologize.
on.
So I think we're up to a roll call vote unless there's
Do
a
you want to
a
discuss it?
dice
There's no
discussion.
discussion? There's no discussion with council?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to amend
Okay.
this ordinance. Under G, suspension, revocation of license. Under B, under A. Remember, this is just gonna be such a cash generating, we're gonna be so flush in cash and the operators are gonna be
What's
so
your
flush in
amendment?
cash. Why would we suspend their license? Why wouldn't we revoke them if they haven't paid in 10 days? Why would we wait until 60 days? And why, okay? So I'm saying, in the third GA, in the third line, instead of the word suspended, I would say revoked. And then you don't need B.
So this calls into question, what do we do about, how do we treat other businesses that don't pay their taxes within a certain, do we revoke their license after 10 days?
This,
No. right?
No, I wouldn't,
no,
yeah. So I
those are
mean,
retail or, but this is conditionals.
again, you know,
Well, they're paying the state, they're not paying us.
They're paying us as well.
Retail establishments in this town are paying
No,
us?
I'm sorry, they meant these businesses.
Retailer is not paying us.
Yeah, these businesses will pay us 2%.
But they-
Yeah, and if they don't
also-
pay in 10 days, they should be revoked.
I think that's harsh. 10
Why?
days to revoke it?
If they're making so much money, as they're bragging they are.
I'm not qualifying how much
Well,
they're
I don't-
making, and I'm not qualifying that we're going to make a lot on this either. That was not my reason for supporting this at all, so.
What?
In Bridgewater?
Yeah, I mean, I think that, you know, again, I think that treating, you know, cannabis retail differently than other ones simply because they, you know, one, they're gonna have to do a fair amount of accounting under this. So that the fact that they don't meet the 10-day is not a function of, oh, we don't have any money, we can't make the payment. It's a factor of, wow, you put all these requirements about accounting and everything else. And if I don't have my books right, these guys can come in and audit me and check my books. I think that that's why we need to have, you know, some degree of leniency here to reconcile the books. And I think that they do, if it's suspended after 60 days and 2 times in a calendar year, you can revoke them. So I think that's a fair enough
my
deterrent.
motion. I withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
I have a question. If we can go in and audit their books, but they're not, but I mean, they're gonna have to keep detailed because they cannot bank with a normal bank. They have to bank with a credit union, right? They have to bank with a credit union. Normal banks will not take it.
They have to do it, bank with a non-federal credit
Non-federal
union.
bank, right. And it says, if I'm not mistaken, it says in here that we can, manager wants payment 10 days late, we can go in and audit their books, correct?
Yes, it does, there is an auditing provision in here.
Who would pay for that?
Well, that's part of, you know, that we have, you know, or whoever we have, we could, you know, establish someone, their finance department could do it, you know, but we're actually raising the revenue, so we could pay someone. So it's almost like the utility view. which
Then
is-
we could put an additional monies on them for them to pay for it.
Right. Because we're only raising $47,000 a year, remember that?
Do you have any other questions?
No,
Okay. I think we're, for roll call.
Councilman Scott,
Yes.
this is, we're voting on the
We're
ordinance.
voting to
on the
pass
ordinance.
this to
25.
tax.
Yes,
To
Yes.
tax.
Yes.
okay, so your vote is yes.
Well, if I vote no, then I'm saying don't tax it.
Okay.
So I'm voting to tax it.
Councilman Blumetti,
You threw me off too, Mark. Just had to rethink this. Yes.
Councilman Chiarello.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Murphy,
begrudgingly, yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes, 2509 is adopted. So before we move on, I think we've been at it for quite some time. Probably folks need a break. So I'm just going to recess for 5 minutes, and then we'll come back. Because we still have resolutions to get through, liaison updates, and unfinished new business. And our
Okay.
Okay, again, is any member of the public wishing to be heard on the resolutions, public comment on the resolutions? Seeing none, so may I have a motion to approve resolutions 9-1, 9-2, and 9-3?
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 9-1, 9-2, and 9-3.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 And Resolution 9-4, there's still some ongoing analysis being done, so I'm going to move, may I have a motion to table Resolution 9-4?
I move that we table Resolution 9-4.
May I have a second, please?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, the motion to table 9-4
Are you opposed or abstain?
has been approved.
Okay.
Now up to Resolution 9-5. May I have a motion to approve Resolution 9-5, which is a resolution to accept a sanitary sewer easement regarding property identified as Block 2706, Lot 20 on the Sparta Township tax map.
Can you explain what this is about?
Yeah, we will. I just want to get to a motion and then a second, and then before we take the vote, I'll have Mr. Zepp tell us what this is about. So I just need a motion and then a second.
I'll make a motion to approve 9-5.
May I have a second, please? I will second the motion. Mr. Zepp, tell us all about Resolution 9-5 and why we need it and why we're
This
passing it.
easement is related to a sewer pump station that was newly installed in the cul-de-sac of Celia Drive, right down Main Street here. Celia Drive originally had a gravity feed storm drain that went to the main line on Station Road. As you know, the flood several years ago exposed that pipe. And the engineers looked at the elevation possibilities, and we couldn't make it work to lower it. So we ended up having to opt for the pump station. And the pump station, being an afterthought, was located right where the pipe is on this lot, but it didn't have an access easement. So now that the pump station's installed, we need an easement so the utility could do its maintenance and its monitoring of the pump house. So that's what this easement is.
Who paid for the pump station?
Town did.
Because Greg Leo's long gone, right?
Oh, yeah.
So the town
He was
paid
the
for it.
developer.
Yes.
He should have paid for it.
Well, you had a gravity-fed line that was working fine, and then the flood that came down the Wallkill
The-
exposed it,
The
so,
flood that came down through the Glen?
yes.
That was, that was 2000,
The second one, not the early one.
oh,
He was gone before, he was, okay.
Yeah, there's a long history behind this.
Yep,
Okay.
a lot of history.
And it's at
All right,
quarter
any
after
other-
11, it's late to get into
Huh?
that long history. Yeah.
Any other questions or comments with
I didn't hear
respect
what
to
you said, Dan.
9-5?
I said it's late to get into that long history about
The
this.
long history.
before us. Okay.
All right. I'm sorry, the public comment period has passed, and I think you did have an opportunity to read the resolution. Does anyone need any more information before they
No.
can?
Thank
pass
you.
it? Okay. So we have a first and second. All those in favor of Resolution 9-5?
Aye.
Aye.
Resolution 9-5 has passed. Also, again, similar to 9-4, there's some additional analysis needed, so I will make a motion to table Resolution 9-6, which is the introduction of municipal budget. So I need, that's the
I'll second
motion, I
it.
need a second.
I'll make the motion to table the Resolution 9-6.
May I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 I would like to make a motion that we table council liaison updates, and we will address those at our next meeting, given the late hour. So my motion is to table council liaison updates. May I have a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 All right, council liaison updates.
Table?
You,
Yeah.
excuse me a second, May. Jim, you did mention Earth Day, the 3rd.
I
So,
did in
okay.
my opening remarks. there,
Right.
Yep.
Is, just one question, Roxanne, with respect to the announcement of the Senior of the Year could we put that off? Because since we're not going to give the proclamation until later?
The meeting is going to be on the 13th, our meeting, and the Senior of the Year will be announced,
On
will
the
be
14th.
given on 14th.
So we have to do it tonight.
I mean, you can mention it tonight. I mean.
Okay.
You can mention it, but.
Sure, all right, because I was going to do also a motion to do unfinished new business, but I will limit it to the announcement of the Senior of the Year and also an appointment. So I'll go first. Very proud to announce that the Senior of the Year will be Michael Zingaro. I had the opportunity to read his background and what a level of service that he has, both with the Kiwanis Club, with, I think he got the Gallon Club for donating almost a gallon of blood. So this is a gentleman who's done a tremendous amount of service for the township, and he was brought to our attention, I believe, by someone in our rec committee. Is that right?
Senior Advisory.
Senior Advisory Committee. So very, well-deserved honor for Mr. Zangaro. So again, and then I think at a later date, we will have a proclamation for him.
They wanted it after he gets the award.
Okay, and we'll give it to him after he gets the award, but I at least wanted to make that announcement. The second is, may I have a motion to appoint Renee Southerton to the Senior Advisory Committee?
So moved.
May I have a second, please?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I would then, if we can move on to the public comment period, the final one. So any member of the public wishing to be heard on any topic, doesn't have to be on the agenda. But you still got 5 minutes, so.
If you interrupt me, I'm gonna double down. So back to the minutes. Jennifer Derricks was correct that you are violating OPMA and you're violating my court order. I also recommend that rather than Roxanne or the deputy clerk listen to what people are saying and they have to summarize it, you should go to verbatim. You should go to verbatim minutes. Mount Olive Township has been doing it for 20 years. It's less work on the clerk and the deputy clerk. And that way she doesn't have to think, how many points did Jesse say? And what are the most important points to put in the minutes? It's just verbatim. And nowadays you have software that it just goes automatic, verbatim, instead of trying to summarize who said what. So that's my continuation of my point number 4 to the minutes. Regarding executive session minutes, you guys are not naming who's over there. You need to put every person that's an executive session, you need to name who's there. And then when you go out of executive session, aren't you taking a vote? Who's making motion 1 and who's seconding to leave executive session? That needs to be recorded in the executive session minutes. So again, I have a court order of how you're supposed to do your executive session minutes. This week or so, I'll give Roxette a copy of it, and you can start following it. Now we get to the good stuff. Mega warehouse. Who brought the ordinance in? Was it the planning board? Was it a council member? Was it the manager? I don't know if you know that Bill Close was the township manager at the time, and his living girlfriend was Betty Lou DeCroce. And the Longshoremen Association donated to Betty Lou's running $7,000, a little bit prior to the ordinance being introduced, and a lot more after the ordinance was introduced. I don't know if this means something. The rumors are that there were certain council people that belonged somehow or had a connection with the International Longshoremen Association. And you always have to follow the money trail. So I'm saying it's in ELEC. Yes, you can look it up. April 16, 2021, October 30th, 2020. So there was like at least $7,000 donated from the Longshoremen Association to Betty Lou. You can check 4 years prior. Was there any kind of donations? I didn't do that kind of research, but if it was just for that time, to me, that rings a little bell. And then we have Bill Close. He didn't retire, he left. Well, on March 31st, you know, the ordinance was passed on February 23rd of 2021, and he left March 31st of 2021. You know, what is that, 5 weeks later? Coincidence? I don't know. So that's regarding the mega warehouse. I would recommend, you know, you have this federal lawsuit, you bring this conspiracy, you know, I have the federal lawsuit here. I'm gonna give a copy to Roxette. I think you should put it online. You should put it online so everybody can read it. There's a lot of conspiracy theory here, a lot of Swiss cheese over here. Jennifer Derricks is mentioned like 6 times here. I mean, they gotta serve everybody before you guys answer. So that's gonna take a little bit of time, because this was filed on March 24th. So what, they have usually 35 days. It's gonna take them a little bit longer to serve everybody. I recommend the referendum. Let the people of Sparta vote whether they want the mega warehouse or not. So when you go to a federal court, you have this conspiracy about this International Longshoremen Association connection with the manager, Betsy Lou donations. You have a referendum, and hopefully the vote is against it. And then you guys do whatever you want to do on your side. So you come with three punches, basically. He doesn't know that I'm recommending him, but if you need a good federal lawyer, it's Dan Perez out of Newton. He's very cheap. I mean, his older rates were $175, maybe it's $200, $225. He just does federal. So you need a federal lawyer? That's who you want. You want Dan Perez out of Newton. He did a lot of activism, legal work for New York activists. He always was defending.
I
He
think the
lives in
5 minutes
Frankfurt.
time is up now, and
Are you
it's
serious?
11:30. Yeah, I'm very serious.
But Jesse, you've given us a lot of information, and a lot of it's been very helpful, and I thank you. Please don't think that, you know,
Well, I
keeping you to
can't-
5 minutes is not because of the value of what
Send
you've
us an
written
email.
tonight. It's
No,
just,
I can't do that.
it's 11:25, and we've been here a long time, so.
Giving us a lot of good
Yeah,
information.
no, I
What else you
appreciate
got,
it.
Jesse?
Thank you. I'm gonna jump to Sparta Mountain.
I'm
gonna
sorry,
jump
no,
to
we're not
Sparta
going to jump to Sparta
No,
Mountain.
I'm just gonna.
It's 11:25.
It will be 2 minutes.
We have employees here that need to get to bed.
Who?
We have lots of employees here that need to get to bed.
Yeah,
So
Tim, you wanna get
I'm
to
going
bed?
to be respectful of the people that work here.
You can talk to Councilman Scott
I
after
didn't
we
see
adjourn.
I didn't see
and
even
he'll
the clock
relay
go
his
down.
That's a good idea.
I'm sorry.
So, Councilman, you can relay what you want to say to Councilman Scott. Councilman Scott will relay it to us.
Why would I do
wanna be
that?
mindful.
Why would I? I'm conveying it to the people of Sparta. I'm conveying this to you.
But not
two.
on our time.
I
You
want
can
you
do that
two
next
to know
meeting.
this.
Send a-
No, I'm not going to
Send a
become a
letter to the
regular.
editor.
5-minute limit. we
No,
really
no,
can't.
you're very hostile.
I'm sorry, you're very rude.
You are very
5
rude.
minutes is up, and it's time to give somebody else a
But
chance.
You gave other people more than, even today, you gave people more than 5
We
minutes.
did not interrupt you for the 5
Including
minutes.
you.
But you gave somebody 13 minutes. I had it on my clock.
Sure, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Just give yourselves a raise if you can't put in the time.
I make a motion that we adjourn.
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
No.
All right, we have,
Please put this
Margie,
online
I didn't hear your
for the
vote for
residents.
adjourning. 4 ayes and 1 no. Thank you.
That's your